Welcome, everybody, to our March 21st City Commission work session. I promise I will not leave the dais, and never mind, it was a bad joke.
Are you being bad?
I am, I'm being so bad. We'll call the meeting to order. If you'll please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Jen, if you'll lead us.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I know. Well, I got up late this morning, so.
Fabulous.
Well, thank you. All right. Let's go to our first presentation. We have the National Vietnam War Veterans Day Proclamation, and I will turn that over to our veteran, our highest veteran in the land today, Vice Mayor Torga.
That's because I got my chair pumped up.
Yeah. Well, I meant.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Would the three of you, I see we have three folks down here that are representing the military organizations. We have Trudy, who is organizing something. We have Rob Cozen, who is also involved in that organization, and Commander Rachel Hughes, representing some various organizations. At the end, I'd like to ask you to state which branch of the service that you are involved in specifically, and then your involvement in the activities that are going to be occurring on March 29. And if you wouldn't mind, just give a summary of that. That would be just wonderful. So therefore then, National Vietnam War Veterans Day. Whereas in 2017, the Vietnam War Veterans Recognition Act was signed into law, designating March 29 of each year as National Vietnam War Veterans Day. And whereas 50 years ago, on March 29, 1973, the last U.S. troops left South Vietnam. We cherish this opportunity to recall with humility the sacrifices our veterans made for our freedom and our nation's strength. We salute our brave Vietnam veterans who in the service to our nation and in defense of liberty fought gallantly against the spread of communism and defended the freedom of the Vietnamese people. And whereas during this commemoration, we embrace our responsibility to help our Vietnam veterans heal from the heavy toil of war. We remember the more than 58,000 whose names are memorialized on a black granite wall in Washington, D.C., for having borne the heaviest cost of war. Pay tribute to the patriots who suffered as prisoners of war, and we stand steadfast in our commitment not to rest until we account for the more than 1,200 heroes who have not yet returned to U.S. soil. And whereas today we recognize and honor all who answered the nation's call to duty, and with conviction pledge our enduring respect, our continuing care, and our everlasting commitment to all Vietnam veterans. And now therefore I, John Torniga, by the virtue of the authority invested in the mayor of the city of Dunedin, Florida, Julie Ward Bajowski, and on behalf of the entire city commission, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 29, 2023 as National Vietnam War Veterans Day in Dunedin, Florida, and encourage our fellow citizens to honor, recognize, and thank those who answered the call to serve, along with their families and all of their loved ones. Thank you.
I guess I'll grab the mic. I want to offer two dimensions to this ceremony. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Rob Cozen, United States Navy, 1966 to 1970. I'm associated both with the American Legion, Post 275, here in Dunedin, as well as the VFW Post 2550 in Dunedin, and I'll be proudly part of this ceremony next Wednesday. I want to put,
And the U.S. Military Veterans Organization.
and, I'm sorry?
Are you a member of the U.S. Military Veterans Organization?
I'm sorry, thank you. Yeah,
Committee.
yeah, I'm being guided here. And I'm also a proud member of the Dunedin Military Veterans Advisory Board, which you voted me onto, so thank you very much, by the way. Now I want to offer a couple insights into this event, because there's two sides to it, the what and the why. The what, this ceremony represents the 50th anniversary of the presidentially designated end of the Vietnam War 50 years ago. The why is that 50 years ago, this country didn't get it right in how we treated our Vietnam vets. The country was so divided politically and racially, in good part because of the impact of the war and what it had to do to our life and to our country. The citizens of this country took out that venom, not on the government, not on the community, they took it out on the soldiers. And, Abraham Lincoln got it right when he described the sacrifice, the dimension of sacrifice that a soldier gives to his country, and that is his last full measure of devotion to his country. And all that a soldier wants or needs and deserves coming back from a field of battle is that same sense of devotion from his country, which we did not give him. So Trudy Beeler, who represents Empath Suncoast Hospice, your exact title is?
Community Partnership Specialist.
Community Partner Specialist. I want to say how special it is that Trudy is here and the gift that she gave this city. Because she had her choice of any community in Pinellas County to do this. And hopefully partially because of the impact of the success of our Veterans Day event, chose Dunedin to be the host of this Welcome Home Vietnam Vets ceremony. So we as a community, really owe Trudy and Empath Suncoast a word of thanks for giving us the honor of doing this. So that's what this event is all about. You have flyers in front of you. We hope you're all going to be there because you're going to be reading the proclamation.
I will not be there. Vice Mayor Tornga is going to read
Yes.
and the commission, whoever is there. I have another meeting, and I'm terribly sorry, but I can't get out of it.
Yeah.
I've already tried.
Yeah, for those of the people that are sitting here in the audience, John Torga, not only is he vice mayor, but he's also a Vietnam vet. Rob Walker, fellow Navy man. All right, so the military is well represented. But again, as always, thank you to this city. Thank you for recognizing the importance of having this ceremony. Thanks to Vince Gizzi and Jory Peterson and Danielle Teal and Parks and Recreation and Public Works. As always, we just brought it to the table. They immediately recognized how important and how vital it was for us to have this ceremony. So thanks to everybody for the support. All we can ask for, as always, is good weather. But again, great appreciation from us to you. And Trudy, you want to?
Sure. Do you want to swap places? Or?
Yep.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the proclamation today and the generous support of this very important event for our veterans community. I'm Trudy Beeler, and my role with Empath Health is the Veterans Community Partnership Specialist. And part of our ongoing commitment to the veterans community is to provide opportunities to not only educate veterans about our programs and services, but connecting them to other community partners and resources, including the VA healthcare system, benefits, and the cemetery administration. But it's also taking the opportunity to create opportunities for social connectivity and engagement When you have veterans that have potentially been socially isolated, coming together with other veterans, the camaraderie is so incredible and important to them. The other aspect that's important to our outreach is honoring and recognizing our veterans. And this event, when I presented it as an opportunity to the military committee, everybody was very, very supportive. Thank you to Parks and Rec and to VFW Post 2550. I know it's going to be an amazing event. For me personally, this is my 4th event that I've planned. 2020, we got canceled 2 weeks before the event. 21 and 22, we presented it in a virtual capacity, which was impactful, but nowhere near as impactful as this year. So thank you all for your incredible support. Rachel and Rob couldn't do it without the posts, so thank you so much.
My name is Rachel Hughes, and I'm the commander of VFW Post 2550. United States Army veteran, 22 years. I think I've been to every war since I've been alive, Vietnam, Desert Storm, Afghanistan, so I want to thank you guys so much. I can't add too much more except what an honor it is to work with you guys, to work with the city of Dunedin, and the partnership that we have is just exemplary. When we go to our event on the 29th. Myself, along with my officers, will be giving every Vietnam veteran a coin that says "Welcome Home." We'll be giving them some other paraphernalia, but we will be there to personally welcome them back. So thank you very much for all that you do. And for these two beside me and for Vince, thank you for standing there with us and putting it together. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
And if I may in closing, I want to thank the three of you, and there's other people that are involved in this as well. Obviously, the VFW is certainly represented by our commander here, and certainly we have a representation from both the American Legion and the VFW here with Rob and his relationship with the U.S. Military Veterans Organization that advises this commission. And we're very proud of that, and we're proud of everyone that is behind the scenes here. I also want to make a comment about Trudy's organization, Empath, and that they're very supportive of our honor flight at West Central Florida. We've had our orientations there for years and years, and so they're very supportive from a veterans organization. And again, we're very proud to be able to be the host of this particular activity. So thank you very much for the three of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Well done. Well done. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. And you guys don't have to sit here through this meeting if you don't want to. You will not make us feel bad if you want to get up and go. Really. I know everybody's so polite, they don't want to just walk right out the door, but I'm giving you permission.
Rachel took full advantage.
Yeah. Bye, guys. That'll be a nice event, and please
Great.
pass on my regrets.
I certainly will.
Okay, now's the time for citizen input. Anyone wanting to speak on any item that is not already on the agenda. If it's on the agenda, we'll chat about it when we talk about that item.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Name and address for the record.
Mash
please.
Sutton, 1195 Ford Lane, Dunedin. First, I'd like to inform the commission, they may not know, my husband, Bob Sutton, is a Vietnam veteran.
Aw.
So you may not have known that about the sly guy.
Awesome.
But I'm here to thank everyone on the commission for allowing or helping Nicole Delfino coming to speak at the Dunedin Newcomers of Greater Dunedin meeting last month. I'm the president of that organization, so that's partly why you haven't seen me much. And she did a great presentation on our Sister City program.
Oh, wonderful.
And it was tremendous. And everyone was very impressed with her presentation, as well as how much the city of Dunedin is reaching out to Summerside up in Nova Scotia. And maybe we said, why? And then someone asked, why isn't Dunedin, New Zealand, one of our sister cities? And she said, don't ask me to add another one. But thank you so much for giving us the chance to hear her talk about how great our city relationships are. And Bob and I went to Scotland this past fall, and visited Sterling, and we signed the book and saw our mayor named Julie up above us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Morning, Eric Curtis, slip number 2 in the marina. I'd like to thank the veterans. I got 3 family members that served. So we're back to slip 180. I need to bring up some facts that were said after I was up here last week. That there was discussion about the view being blocked down there. Well, the previous boat that was there should have never been in the marina. It was as tall as the ceiling and 15 foot longer than all of our rules, which caused that issue. So that issue was discussed and voted on in the MAC meeting. That was probably over a 20-minute conversation about rules, the length, all this information, and at that point, it was voted 100% to rent out the slip. At that point in time, I signed a user agreement with a date of execution to be moved into this slip, which was passed on to Laney. Laney was sick that day, so it waited a week, and then Laney was on vacation for a week. So I got all these emails that lead up to this. It was said that was just a minor discussion of this, but it wasn't. Everything was signed. This was a 6-month-long process. So it wasn't, there's over 20 emails. So in the beginning, hey, please let me know your decision regarding acceptance of a 60-foot slip as soon as possible so we can contact next person if you should decline. Slip 180 has been added to the Marine Advisory Committee June 20th, voted 100%. The links of the boat's gone through, bought the equipment to move into the slip. And then it also says that 4 other people in front of me have passed on this slip, so now it's my turn. I'm the first one up for a 60-foot slip. So either way, if we don't get 180, it's going to be the next slip available because everybody's passed according to the rules. So there's a few things I don't understand is if you go in the bylaws, chapter 86, the ordinances, it says that the harbor master is one responsible for designating slips. But we're not doing that, and I'm not sure why. It's been that way for a lot of years. So that's one thing I do, and I've been studying on this. You guys always know when I come up here, I'm going to have the facts to back it up. So if there's a question about it, come ask me, because everything I'm up here saying, it's in writing or I've studied, and I can show you the proof behind it. So I don't know if you're aware, in January we had a major fuel spill in the marina that covered over 1/3, almost half of the marina on a Saturday. And I'm not sure after the event of 2 years ago that we do have a system in place for the employees to know emergency actions and what to do. Because at that point, it went on for over a whole day. It went probably 4 hours before a boom was put up. At the point that the boom was put up, when the professionals got there, they said that we shouldn't have done that would have caused an explosion. So after our last experience, hopefully we can get something in place to never see this again. I'll pass this to you guys so you can read it, see the pictures.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to come forward and speak to any item that's not already on the agenda?
Thank you.
This is the same information I sent in the email. I just wanted to give you a hard copy. My name's Roby Wepling. I live at 2032 Yale Avenue. And surprisingly today, I wanted to just speak briefly about Sterling Park. I appreciate that we are not at a decision point or a final plan for use of the park. And as such, I just wanted to speak a few minutes today and just keep the thinking alive about keeping it green and keep the options open for discussion and consideration. And also, I know April 4th is the big day to talk about money, so that's the other reason I want to keep Sterling Park ideas alive. I have seen the upcoming presentation for the hole-by-hole for the Dunedin Golf Club, and it's outstanding. You guys are going to love it if you haven't seen it already. And I think what I wanted to talk about today kind of matches to that. It kind of makes sense with what I wanted to bring up. So I hope it pumps you up, and I hope it keeps you thinking about Sterling Park, too. Also, I was hoping that Chris and Lori and Brian would be here so that I could plant the seed in their head, too, about maybe how we could bring Sterling Park up to a par 3. Yesterday, I sent an email to everybody with the ideas and asking for consideration to do a feasibility study to look at Sterling Park and possibly bring back the Par 3. I pointed out several reasons why it would be appropriate and why it matches with the city park and recreation goals, that it'd be a multi-generational use park for both the youth and the elderly, that it would be a revenue generator and it would help us, fund other projects that we have in plan. The other thing is that it would save our habitat, the history, the neighborhood quality of life, and all the home values around there. And I think it would give a real good career path to city employees to be running 2 courses with all that skill and all the training and certifications. And Dunedin could just be a gee whiz. What a city! Look what they did by pulling that off. Also, I think it could involve other businesses, and everybody would be interested in sponsored things at that course. We could have lots of good things happen there at that course. Plus, just the synergy of running 2 courses and design at the same time, it just seems to make sense. The other reason I wanted to speak today is to be sure that everyone, up on the board and the city manager and everything knows that all these green ideas we're bringing forward are consistent, and it's the whole neighborhood. I voiced for the whole neighborhood. I've walked that neighborhood several times, and the reason I bring this up is I think you were misunderstood at a meeting recently with the veterans or somewhere. And they got the impression that you thought, and everyone, that it was just the Sterling, the St. Andrews folks, people that feel that way about not having that hardcore pickleball court there and building something. That's not true. It's the whole neighborhood. My desire to save the Par 3 goes back to 2019 when I sat here and spoke. And so this isn't new news, and I just wanted to ask you guys to really give it some serious thought about bringing that Par 3. Once we build something there, we never have this chance again. So,
Thank you.
So please give it some serious thought. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else wish to come forward? Speak to any item that's not already on the agenda. Jennifer, Sterling's going to be in May, I think. And then regarding the marina, that's an administrative thing. So you'll address that accordingly? Okay, because there's no policy decision for us to be making about any of that.
There is not.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to consent agenda, which is the approval of the minutes from February 16th and 23rd. Board and committee appointments, environmental quality, disability, hammock, and historic preservation. The renewal and/or assignment of consultant continuing contracts and construction management services by Ardura Group. Are there any items to be pulled?
Yes, I would like to pull the consulting one.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve everything except 2C?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Vice Mayor Twonga and Commissioner Walker. All right. Is there any public feedback on these consent agenda items? Seeing or hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now we will discuss the renewal and/or assignment of consultant continuing contracts. Jorge, is that you? I'm sorry? 2C.
Yeah, 2C.
Did you have just a question, or what did you want, or did you want a full presentation?
I just wanted it just brought out in the open of what this is. This started in 2018. And so this is a continuation of most of that material with a few changes. But I wanted to point out just a couple things, and I had some questions about how many times have we used that consulting agreement, at what level? I believe, for all of our sakes, that the city manager has authority to spend up to a certain limit of monies, and if you wouldn't mind just telling us what that is, and then I would like to know how how much we have spent either per year or over that same time period that this has been in effect on those contracts for consulting services that have not come before us or that have just been on consent agendas. You probably would not have that information at this point in time, but maybe you can just address it. Just
Okay.
to give us an idea of the breadth of it.
Okay.
Before Chuck starts, if I may, Commissioner, we do provide that information to you quarterly.
Right, and so now it's being brought before us for us to go ahead and continue on with that. So I'm just asking, the information's available, so.
So as far as these contracts, yes, you're right, they've been in place since 2018. They have the contracts have the ability to be renewed for 2-year periods, which is why we're here today. We have 7 divisions. We met with staff in the city, and of those 7 divisions, they decided they wanted to resolicit new contracts for 2 of the divisions and then some add-ons for some of the other divisions. So what we're left with is what they want to renew, and that's why we're here today. As far as the city manager's authority, the city manager can approve contracts up to $50,000, the use of these contracts. The use of the continuing contracts can be, the limits are the estimated construction cost needs to be less than $4 million, and the cost of the use of one of those consultants for the work needs to be less than $500,000. So when we have a project that will meet one of those or both of those requirements, we'll contact one of these consultants or multiple consultants and talk to them about that project and get a proposal. If the amount exceeds $50,000, we come back to commission for approval for that contract. If it's under $50,000, the city manager can approve it, and if it's under $25,000, there's no approval by the city manager required. We can just cut a PO. As far as the volume on that, no, I don't have that information typically today. Is there anything I missed?
No, that was just fantastic, and that explains to a number of folks that have asked me questions about this, at what level, and of course, we know that level because we sit up here and we understand what's happening, so I thought it was a good opportunity for us just to explain that. And I wouldn't mind receiving some communication at some point in time at the dais of how much has been spent, and it's very hard to define that or very hard to put that together and have a meaningful number. But it just will give an idea, it'll just give a perspective to how this works. So my question really wasn't so much about this agreement going through the way it's going through. I don't have any specific questions about the agreements, and I appreciate it being brought forward, and I appreciate what we've done and the extension of it. And so it was more of a question about how this worked and at what levels of authority we had, so that we could all understand that and all hear that. So very great presentation, Chuck. Thank you.
So, Mayor, may I? Just a point of clarification, you're requesting the information on the dais. So you mean you want staff to bring the information back to you during city manager's update, or?
Sure,
It's
sure.
relatively easy to put together because, as I said, we provide it to you quarterly. So we can put together what we spent in the last 2 or 3 years. We'd be happy to do that.
And somebody can just read that or just give us an idea of what it is or give us a summary. That would be
Sure.
great. And that could be at any way that you wish to do that. It would be wonderful. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so Chuck, you kind of said this. I had a question yesterday, and I talked to Jennifer, but, so this isn't all the agreements. This is just the ones they wanted to renew, so there's other groupings of people we're going to use that will come forward later?
Yes, that's correct. There's an item on the agenda for the next meeting for the new contracts.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No further question. I think it's good to get that quarterly, the quarterly report, because I think it's important that there's a process by which we review those. So anyway, greatly appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Yeah, I did talk with the city manager about this yesterday, and so I'll just, for the public that might be interested, is there anyone in this grouping or the grouping we'll see at the next meeting, or even staff, that has the expertise to help the city when we transition to solar, that has a strong understanding of our power grid needs, how much electricity that the city is currently using, and how to help us in that transition?
I'm not aware of that, only because when we advertise for these services, we specify what kind of services we're looking for. And typically, it's water, wastewater, civil engineering, architectural surveying. So it sounds like what you're talking about is electrical engineering, which isn't one of the disciplines that we've advertised for. So without, getting into more detail with these consultants, I don't know the answer to that question.
May I add, Mayor? So we are actually doing an energy audit of all of our city facilities. You all approved the business plan last year with the business plan initiative, which is in conjunction with the DREAM plan, your sustainability plan. You allocated $100,000 to do a complete audit of all of our buildings to reach either Green Globes or LEED certification or some level. And that's really moving forward. It's existing structures and then what we plan to build in the future, how it is that we include solar energy within our construction and kind of best practices moving forward. So you'll see that plan. We're scoping it out right now. It's funded in fiscal year 2023, which is the fiscal year that we're in right now. So we have a kind of a separate effort to address that specific question that you have, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And I'd like to make a comment about that. I did previously in the last couple of meetings. I'm waiting for that. I think it's very important because we made commitments for 2035 and we made commitments for 2050. Mm-hmm. I think it's very important that we understand what that commitment really involves, how deep that commitment is and how big that commitment is. Mm-hmm. I would also like to pass on, we do have a lot of committees. Some of this might even fit within some of those committees for us to get additional input on, because this is a very delicate subject matter when it comes to, we all love it, mm-hmm. But then you got to pay for it,
right?
And the timing of it. So I think it's really important to our residents that they understand that as well. So I'm thank you for bringing that up. I'm very anxious and waiting for that.
It goes through environmental quality, right?
Yes, so Natalie Gass is a project manager and it really does, the whole plan is being developed to address Ready for 100. And Natalie Gass will certainly bring the scope through the CEQS and any other committees that we need to make sure that we've got everything on that scope of services before we put it out in the market.
And we also have some great citizens that have quite a depth of knowledge.
We do, yes.
In the subject matter, which is fortunate for us.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer, just to clarify the list of contracts that are here, there's no obligation to use any of these people. No. They're just, I'll call it unpaid retainer.
Yes.
So that we don't have to, because they're smaller jobs, we don't have to go out to bid to get a consultant to do some of this stuff, right? They've been approved ahead of time. They're vetted. Their qualifications have been reviewed. So they're there for the smaller projects to make them move more quickly.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
And when we do spend money on these folks, the smaller jobs that you referred to, Chuck, all of that is within budget of the project itself.
Yes.
That's correct.
So there's nothing anybody's spending that wasn't already planned for.
Correct.
Okay.
Unless it's an emergency.
Yeah, well.
Those always come up, but.
Right.
Yeah.
But then you still bring it back to us.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate it. Anybody from the public wish to come forward and speak to this item? Seeing or hearing none, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
That was Commissioner Walker, right? Okay, and Commissioner Gao. All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Chuck. All right, then now we have the Resolution 2301, our first quarter budget amendment. Jennifer, would you please read that by title?
Oh, yes, Resolution 2301, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Dunedin, Florida, amending the city's operating capital budgets for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Franny and Commissioner Gao. Thank you. Les and Ashley.
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor,
Morning.
Commissioners. Les Tyler, the Finance Director, and I'm here with Ashley Kempton, the Budget Manager. And this item is Resolution Number 2301, which is amending our fiscal year 23 operating and capital budget. This budget amendment in the staffing report is an increase in appropriations of $34.9 million in various funds in fiscal year 23. Some background on this, the purpose of the carry forward budget amendment, which we do every year, it's always our first budget amendment, is to appropriate carry forward encumbrances and project budgets from fiscal year 22 to 23. We have outstanding encumbrances result when purchase orders have been created during the fiscal year, but goods and services have not been delivered or shipped by September 30th, 2022, which is our year-end date each year. At the end of this fiscal year, encumbrances and funds have been budgeted in the prior year and are carried forward in the next fiscal year through a budget amendment. The encumbrance items today, we have a carry forward from 22 into 23 of $9,691,700, and that is listed, the details in attachment C in the staffing report. And then we have our second carry forward item is our project budgets, and those are for projects that were not completed as of September 30th, 2022, and the total of that is $25,164,494, and the detail of that is in attachment B in the staffing report. We also have the impact on each fund balance in the staffing, and that's shown on page 1 of the background section, and also attachment E, which is the last page in the staffing report. This shows the affected funds and the financial impact on the respective fund balances. All of our funds are meeting or exceeding their target reserves in Exhibit E. I also want to point out that for the general fund, our main operating fund, we in the staffing today, the available reserve projected to be at the end of 23 is 22%, or $8.1 million at the end of fiscal year 23. That's above our target of 15%, and it's also better than our 23 adopted budget. In our 23 adopted budget, our estimate was that fund balance at the end of 23 would be $6.4 million. So with our estimates today for the general fund, right now it looks like we'll have about $1.5 million more in carryover in 22 that rolled into 23, and that should assist us as we begin our 24 budget process and allow us some more available funds as we work through 24 budget. So I want to point that out. So our revenues were better than projected by about $700,000 in the general fund, and then also the departments did a good job of staying on budget, and we had some savings there as well. We're happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay. Questions?
Well, one is, where did that 1.5 million come from?
Yeah, it was a combination of our revenues for 22 came in better than projected. Our sales tax came in about $300,000 more than we had budgeted projected. Also, our electric service tax through Duke was about another $300,000 more, and we also had revenue sharing was about almost $200,000 more. So we had quite a few funding sources that were a little more than budget, and they totaled about $700,000 of additional revenue that we did more than our projection. And then on the expenditure side, we have this carry forward that we're talking about today, but even aside from the carry forward, the departments did a good job of staying on budget. Almost every department was under budget. A couple were slightly over, but in total, we had some savings there where the expenditures were less than budget in the general fund in total by about probably $700,000-800,000 as well.
So much, is there part of this that's, we're saving a lot in staffing because we can't keep the staff filled?
That's a good question. Yeah, probably $400,000 to $500,000 of the savings on the expense side was salary savings. Yeah, we have some departments. Well, mine's one of them, finance. We had a position open all year long, and a lot of other departments did as well. So a lot of that was vacancy savings.
Right. Which is good and bad, right?
Yeah.
Because if we're literally bleeding some of our other employees, that's a bad thing.
That's
for
true.
morale. So, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Walker, anything?
Yeah, just, in terms of the transfer of approximately $34 million from 2022 to 2023. Was there any projects in that should be pointed to with regards to delays or anything of that nature?
Well, that's a good question. There's a lot of projects in here. I'll make a few comments.
I just would be interested in the higher dollar amount encumbrances.
Yeah, Les, I noticed that there wasn't any listed either. Usually you kind of list why, but I guess with carryover you don't because there's just so many.
Yeah, with carryover, we don't because it's more of an accounting entry, I mean, we go through, Ashley and I meet with each department, and we go through the projects with them in detail, and we determine what projects are complete, what projects are partially done, and what kind of, making sure that we need the funding brought over to complete the projects. We do have a lot of projects in the largest dollar amount would be the water wastewater fund. The water wastewater fund has projects of about 14 million. They've got probably the longest list, and they've got a lot of. The largest project is probably the electrical upgrade project. That's the wastewater electrical upgrade project. That one's been going on for a while. That one's been bid, and the bids were rejected because the costs were significantly over the estimated engineering cost of the project. So some of these projects have been, that one's a good example, have been sort of delayed because of having to go back out to bid again, and also some of it having to do with staffing shortages as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I ask, because, typically when you start addressing, budget amendments and bringing money forward from 2022 to 2023, symptomatically, there are projects, large dollar figure capital projects that are typically impacting that. So I just don't want to lose sight of the symptomatic nature of bringing that money forward, and so I think it's important we recognize the fact that there are challenges with some of these. Well, I don't know if they're challenges, but there are capital improvement projects that may be possibly underperforming. That's my, and I may be way off base there. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, that one alone, I mentioned the electrical upgrade was $16 million. The bid came in, I think, at 16, which was well above the engineer's estimate, and staff now is working at a way to deliver that project for what we consider a reasonable price, and it's taken a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, if I may, Mayor, it's, that type of project, it's difficult because it's essential infrastructure. And the farther behind we get, the more deteriorated it becomes, right? So it's difficult when we go to bid and then they come back in and they're way above what we budgeted. We have to go back and value engineer and then come back again and go back out to bid. So it's added loops onto a process, and that's why we have the big carryover. But, most of this is in essential infrastructure, water, wastewater, that type of a thing. So that's really the bulk of what we're carrying over here. So, and, the general fund is the one that we're always most concerned about because that's the checkbook and that's the, ad valorem taxes, so.
And I think, as the mayor pointed out, I think it's important that when we address the quarterly budget amendments, that we have a listing of projects, capital projects that, are impacting that. So.
And we do usually.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't realize with this particular carry forward piece that we didn't. So when I looked at it, it was like, oh, what we normally see is just what you're talking about, sort of at a high level. You don't give us every dollar, but like the bigger ones, you give us what happened.
Correct, that's
Right.
right. On all the other amendments we do, and on this one, we list the project name, and then on the projects, and then we also list on the other section, the actual encumbrances, we try to list what those projects are as well. But this one is a little different than the other amendments, you're right.
Yeah, I didn't realize that, so. And even Commissioner Gao you had made an improvement to this process, I don't know, a year or two ago, if you remember, by asking, when we approve these projects, because we would approve the project maybe a year before, and then there would be a budget thing a year later, and trying to remember what was what. So you had asked for that information to be added to the list so that it was very clear on when these things occurred, and you could look at one paper instead of trying to go back and research. So we're definitely watching it, is the point. So very good. Questions, comments?
Yes, and I appreciate you giving a little bit more of that detail. If you think about it, we're taking forward almost a third of a budget. And do you recall how much it was the previous year and how much it was the previous year to that?
Last year was, the carryover last year was a lower number. It was about, I think, 25 million. It does vary every year, but it was about 25 million last year, I believe.
And so we've always been concerned about carry forwards, obviously, and like to know why and what is the reason. And budget amendments, I remember back in several years ago when we talked about budget amendments, and we said, man, wouldn't it be great if we never had a budget amendment? Well, you're going to have it because of other circumstances here. We talked about 14 million, there's still 34 million. So there's still 20 million that's in there. And so I trust that we're watching it very, very carefully. I know we are. And so I just wanted to make that comment for anyone that's listening that would look at this and say, wow, that's huge. But you've given one example of why it's as large as what it is. Were there any other particular overriding reasons why this number is this big? So, for example, we had ARPA, we had a number of things occurring. I think that's what some of the questions are, or maybe for up here, but also for the folks that are out listening who don't have any of this detail. This detail's incredible. I mean, there's so much here, and then to try to follow this going forward is wow.
Yeah. Good morning, Jorge Quintas, Deputy City Manager. I thought I'd help Les out here with some of these questions. Vice Mayor, your questions are right on point. Several of the items that are being carried forward, as the City Manager indicated, are in the Water and Wastewater Fund. Several of those are large projects, as I indicated. The one is over 16 million, and that was in excess of the budget, so we had to go back. So in addition to having to do value engineering and seeing what we can do to bring some costs down, the reality of it is the market that we're in, we're seeing some excessive increases in costs. And so that a lot of these large projects, if you recall, we've gone to the state DEP for state revolving funds, very low interest fund loans that allow us to complete these projects and then pay them back on a reimbursement basis at a much lower interest rate. So with all these projects coming back at excessive costs, you've got not only the City of Dunedin, but all the other agencies throughout the state going back to the DEP asking for additional funds in order to get these projects constructed. So that adds additional time frame. So that's why you see a lot of these carryovers, is because we're trying to value engineer, re-advertise, reallocate funds, reprioritize projects, push some that are less critical out over others, looking at other contract mechanisms to award them, piggybacking, change orders. Sometimes we're successful doing that, sometimes we're not. So all those things add into the timeline of when you can actually get these projects under construction and in the ground. So those are the reasons that these things are carried forward, not to mention the fact that we've got staff bleeding. I think engineering is probably at the lowest FTEs currently filled that they've been since I've been here. So we don't have the staff necessary to get the projects completed. We've got projects that are coming in way over fund. And we're asking for additional funds from the state, which have a different time clock than the state runs on a July to July basis, as opposed to the city, which is October to October. So we have to coincide with their time frame and whether or not they will allocate those funds.
Thank you for filling in some of that information, because that's important for all of us to understand. Thank you.
And I could add one large project is the City Hall project. City Hall project's in there. It's a $4 million carryover, so that's another large one that I would mention.
Thank you.
Anything?
Questions asked and answered. I'm good, thank you.
I don't know if I already asked this, but anybody from the public wish to come forward and speak to this item? Okay. Thank you. This is pretty common practice, but it's always good to know what and why. So appreciate the information. We read the resolution. We have a motion. We've asked for public input. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Walker.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Tornka.
Aye.
Commissioner Gao.
Aye.
Commissioner Franny.
Aye.
Mayor Burzowski.
Aye, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we have the award of bid for sanitary sewer lift station number 20 to rebuild the total in the amount of $1,007,000 and some change. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Matt Woodham, Senior Engineer. I am a Utilities Engineer. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. The item before you is the complete rehabilitation rebuild of Lift Station 20. It is physically located at 1812 Solon Avenue and covers a 440-acre service area. The current average daily flow for Lift Station 20 is 560,000 gallons per day. We had a previous structural and capacity assessment study done for Lift Station 20, and it indicated an immediate reconstruction need. The city contracted with McKim & Creed as the engineer of record, and they provided the design plans for Lift Station 20. We have contracted out for the force main Lift Station 20. It is not in construction yet, but it is there. The scope of work for this project involves the construction of a new triplex sanitary sewer lift station adjacent to the existing lift station that will be demolished. And this includes all site work, connection of the force main, et cetera, preparation for fiber optic, wired in, and RTUs. We did have an apparent low bid of $1.629 million. The engineer of record was unable to validate that low bid and therefore suggested the second low bid as the primary contractor for this job. And prior to the purchase by the city of the parcel located at 1812, we had to facilitate the magnitude of complexity associated with Lift Station 20 rebuild, and that included the gabion structure behind the lot there on Solon Avenue. So as a result, staff hereby recommends the award of bid 221215 for construction of the sanitary sewer lift station number 20 project to Granger Maintenance and Construction of Plant City, Florida, in the total amount of $1.75 million. Do you have any questions for me?
Questions? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Beth, I had your name written down here because I knew I was going to see you. There's something that I want to point out that I think is very strong for us at this point in time, and that is I think you use a consulting group to help you weed through some of this, to give you input. Do you not?
This will be funded 75% match by HMGP, and this is the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, and then we consult with Angie Brewer to help manage that funding contract, so they've been moving it forward. This was done in conjunction with Lift Station 32, and as you heard previously, we've had to do some previous value engineering, and Lift Station 20 was designated as the primary need in this situation.
And then on the selection of the group to determine who has the capacity to do this, the low bidder was determined not to, and from a Chuck, I think you get some assistance on determining those issues, and that was very, very well, thoroughly done, I thought, and excellent. And so the selection of the lowest bidder was not chosen for reasons that were deemed that we didn't believe that they had the full capacity to do that, although we are using them later on another project. So it's not that they're a bad group, it's just that we didn't feel like they had the capacity to handle this particular project. And that's really important because you don't want to go down the wrong road, and I appreciate the fact that was thoroughly vetted. because this is a big project. We've been talking about this for what, a couple of years now, I think.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, thank you. I think that's really all that I have to say about it. Thank you.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. One of them I did ask the city manager yesterday, and just so for the public, that lift station is currently located right next to that channel, that water. And so for me, there would be a concern that there is any overflows or anything that happen that's pretty close to a water outflow. So within this project, we are also moving that lift station because we purchased the house that was there and demolished it. So now we own that lot. And so there is a plan within this project to move the lift station farther away from that control ditch.
Yes, we are centralizing the lift station within the parcel itself. As you'll see on your attachments, the existing lift station is in the southeast corner of that parcel, and the new lift station will be larger, deeper, and it will be centralized within the parcel. And we are trying to structurally maintain the integrity of the geotechnical aspects, so the groundwork, and then make sure that the depth of construction does not affect the gabions that line the channel.
Much more concise than Jorge yesterday.
Well,
Well done. But it was very thorough, very thorough. Very good. Now, and I'm sorry, did you you mentioned 500?
I heard that.
560 million, was that the capacity or is that?
560,000 gallons a day. This is an on-average scenario. It doesn't incorporate rainfall. You can see 2 to 3 times that amount of flow during a rain event. So, but
Okay.
generally speaking, 500,000 gallons a day.
Okay, and that's what's used or that's capacity?
That is what's flowing through that lift station.
That's what's, okay, so that's usage. And what is, and I know we don't have a map, so just generally, what's the area that's serviced by this lift station?
It is bordered on the east side by Belcher, and then you can envision Solon Avenue north to 440 acres. I would need to show you a map. I have one here. It is the green parcel, which.
Oh,
it's
it's
a
all clear
shade
to
of
me now,
green.
okay.
I could show you later.
I know. Well, I'm thinking of the south border.
Ooh, give me just.
And I'm thinking about 580 specifically.
No, you're north of that. So your basin, it is a series of lift stations in that area. I think 20 flows to 32 and then beyond. So they work in conjunction, and they are a series of lift stations that flow. So that 560,000 will flow into the next lift station and then move to the plant.
Okay, so if I'm thinking or we're anticipating any redevelopment on the 580 corridor that would involve more usage, that lift station wouldn't necessarily be involved in that.
Generally, you would look for a capacity assessment as well when you're rolling through development. So your engineers that bring that development forward will assess the existing infrastructure and then advise based on their assessment what will be necessary for the city to move forward.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any questions?
Yeah, so, so Matt, so 560,000 gallons per day of flow, that's coming from the residential homes.
Yes, majority.
So, I don't know, I just wanted to make a comment. It seems like sometimes we're up here and we're talking about swimming pools, golf courses, pickleball, but, so much of what we do, this is $1.7 million, is this, which is, this and the next item kind of, I think, are examples of that. So all sanitary sewage from the lift station number 20 service basin is pumped to a manhole on County Road 1 and subsequently flows to the city's wastewater treatment plant, and it's 560,000 gallons per day. So, think about it. All of our special events, all of our pickleball, all that other stuff, this is the most important thing we do. I mean, this is basically taking care of the basic needs. People flush the toilet, and we need to make sure that it's going to the right places and doing the right things. And so I just wanted to make note of the kind of money we really do spend. And this kind of stuff almost gets like glazed over, but it's really the most critical stuff we do. That's all.
Special shout out to our treatment and collections crew. Rodney and Brian bring it together, so I really appreciate that. I'm with you on that one.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Any other questions?
Yes, so, thanks, Matt. So in the determination of the successful bidder, is how, and this might be a little bit in the weeds, and certainly we can take this offline, but I'm just curious, how do you assess a bidder's capacity to perform that work? 'Cause it looks to me like we kind of operate on a questionnaire basis.
First and foremost was the administrative process. The actual package was not complete in terms of what was needed and the requirements there. And then from there, we moved on to the reference section, and we looked for compatible projects or projects of equal size and complexity, and that was not there as well. One has been started, and I believe it is to one of our sister municipalities to the north, but it has not been completed, so we could not determine true capability. The cautions, as presented earlier, are the 20-foot depth of the lift station right next to that channel, and we strongly were worried about the necessity of making sure the structural integrity there while it was in construction would be taken care of. And we did not achieve that assurance, and it was backed by the engineer of record and their investigation as well, so we felt the need to move forward.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I have some final comments, but I'll wait to see. Is there any public input to this item? Seeing or hearing none, we'll come back for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Okay, Commissioner Gao and Commissioner Walker. Any final comments, Commissioner Gao?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Walker?
No further.
Final?
No.
I was just going to say that, you know, this project is really important because, and it wasn't Irma, it was some other storm before that, I think, where we were getting all of this, where St. Pete started with their spilling, right? And then all the other cities were really monitoring it. And we started, it was a huge rain event, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of it. And then they started, we started creating a plan. We upped our pipelining from, I don't know, next to nothing to what, 400,000 or 500,000, 600,000 a year, something like that. We, manhole cover type things, as well as lift stations. We did the analysis of the lift stations. And this was a huge, high ticket item that we wanted to get done. So I'm excited that we're doing it. We took this so seriously that we bought the property from the owner in Ranchwood, Ravenwood, whatever you want to call it, because it was cheaper to do that than to try to find a better place for it, and so that we could do it in the central part of the property. So I'm extremely happy that we're doing this. It's a continued effort on our part for water quality because it's going to help keep some of these spills from happening by having a better lift station that moves the product where it needs to go. So, very good. Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Matt. All right, now we're at the North Douglas Avenue Weir Replacement Project. Keith.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. This item before you today is a recommendation for award to award bid number 22-1222 for the replacement of the North Douglas Weir and award the contract to the Tim Group of Tarpon Springs in the amount of $393,010. Just a little bit of history. North Douglas Pond is adjacent to Hammock Park for our residents that are here today or watching. The pond was originally constructed back in 1993 as a water treatment project. The pond has actually 2 outfall points. It also has a 180-foot long weir baffle that provides the treatment. It is a swift mud permitted pond. This project was advertised back on January 13th of this year with a bid opening in February. 3 companies bidded the project. The low bid was a company called Malley Contracting. Their bid was $309,485, but in review of their bid, it was determined that they were not qualified due to the license that they held, so that they were disqualified. Second bid was the Tim Group. Their bid of $393,010 was evaluated and deemed qualified. Tim Group has done work for the city before. Their work that they performed for us before was quality work. Their reference checks on this work deemed good. So we're comfortable with the work that we see that they can do for us on this project. So be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'll start at this end.
So the Tim Group is the group that didn't get the last job, but they got this job? Just wanted to clarify.
Right.
I don't have any questions, though. Thank you.
Any questions?
No questions.
Questions?
Nothing further.
No,
Yeah.
nothing.
And is this by Tracy's house?
Correct.
Yes.
Behind Tracy's house? Is this, it's called a water quality project, I get that, but is it also supposed to help with the flooding? I mean,
Be quite
this
honest.
is a piece of it, right?
A piece of it. But, you know, there's going to be those storm events, tidal events, that it's, you know, it's not going to take care of that.
Are we doing, is there any additional work that we
Yeah,
will be doing
so,
to this?
you know,
This is
for-
not the last piece of it, right?
No,
There's others?
you know, we've talked to the residents about this. So for fiscal '24's budget, we are going to, you know, we have to have a discussion with Ashley what the available funding for '24, '25.
Okay,
you know,
I
there
know
was-
what you're talking
yeah.
about. All right,
You
so
know,
there's
we're-
another step to this.
We're going to be looking at, you know, a
That's all I need
possible
to know.
check valve.
This isn't the total solution, it's just part of.
Correct,
Okay, and that 1993 project,
yes.
was that part of,
That was the installation of that large storm drain pipe that comes down North Douglas into the pond. That was also the construction of the
which
pond.
goes into Cedar Creek?
Correct. That was the construction of the pond, North Douglas Pond. That's there today.
Yeah, which you can't see because of the mangroves, right?
Correct.
Yeah, you really don't know there's a pond there.
Well, you can see the pond.
Well, you, with your experienced eyes, can. Me, walking the trail, couldn't tell that there's anything there except mangroves, right? So, just saying. Okay. And, I mean, when you're doing this, I get all concerned about the silt, getting more silt into Cedar Creek. So, I'm just saying. I want to make sure that I'm looking at you, Jorge.
Yeah, there's nothing leaving this pond that's going into Cedar Creek proper.
Say it again?
There's nothing out of this pond that is discharging silt into Cedar Creek proper.
No, it's staying in the pond, and that's why there's some flooding?
No. There's flooding because that portion of North Douglas Avenue is the lowest elevation in the city.
All right, we'll talk. Okay. Anybody from the public wish to come forward and speak to this item? All right, back to the commission. Can I have a motion to approve this bid?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Franny and Vice Mayor Twanga, thank you. Any final comments?
No.
Final comments? No?
I just want to thank staff for their continued effort to try and provide those residents on North Pinellas some relief from this. Greatly appreciate it. I know that they've been patient, but they've been honest, which is rightfully so. So thank you for listening.
Yeah, I agree. The
Exactly.
flooding over there is, it's terrible, and if it's a king tide, I mean, nobody thinks they're gonna flood with a high tide. So
And hopefully Tracy.
I want us to continue working on trying to stop that from happening. Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, now we have our Commissioner Franny asked for the annual trip to Toronto to be added to the agenda because part of our rules and regulations requires that we publicly discuss it and have a vote. Did you want to?
I mean, yeah, I mean, technically, this is part of our travel policy. I think, you know, we all went to Toronto the year that the 25-year agreement was signed to help celebrate. A lot of times we don't all go. You know, that's kind of whatever the individual commissions determine. I know I'll be going as the liaison to Toronto Blue Jays. I intend to go. I know Commissioner Gao went his first year, just to kind of get a sense of it, so you may want to consider for that reason. And other than that, I don't know who else wants to go. Obviously, you know, it's all about relationships. It's a relationship type trip. Again, we have a great relationship with Toronto. We want to keep it there. I certainly lived through the early 2000s where that wasn't always true, and it's a very important relationship. And you know, they're now, you know, building Jay's Hotel in our city, and it's a very strong bond. So I'll let Vince go from that point.
No, I just provided, Vince Gizzi, Parks and Recreation Director. I did provide the resolution for travel and training policy, as well as a spreadsheet on the travel and training funding available for each commissioner, and there is a separate line item in the budget just for the some additional money for the travel and per diem for the Toronto trip. And that was all provided in your commission packet.
Okay, so, I mean, according to our rules, it just says the city commission shall each year at regularly scheduled commission meeting decide whether or not to send a representative to the city of Toronto for the purposes of attending a Blue Jays opening regular season home game and/or other ceremonial and public relating purposes. The reimbursement duration of such trips shall be up to 3 nights, and reimbursable expenses for such trips will be in accordance with the city travel policy, including airfare accommodations, etc. And that's it. So it doesn't even say, well, we're discussing whether we're sending at least one person up. So I guess, does it mean we need to vote?
Last year was a consensus. I checked the minutes.
Just consensus on the trip itself?
And who, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody okay with the annual trip?
I'd like to make a comment, if
Sure.
I may. And it talks about in the Toronto trip, it says the city commission shall, and you read this, and I'll go down to the end. It says to send a representative to the city of Toronto for the purpose of attending the Blue Jays opening regular season home game.
Yep.
So I understand how we would send a representative if we so choose and chose to do that. But it says a representative as opposed to a number of representatives. I just wanted to point that out. I read that, and there it was.
I did too, and I didn't remember that it said that. Here's
Well,
the-
I
so,
mean,
yeah.
it said that previously, back in the day. We never really changed it, but as we went into, just for some history, as we went into our new negotiations, which happened over a 5-year period, starting in 2014, we approached it differently than we had done before, because as you said, nobody was going. And it you know, we've got the city of Clearwater that sends an entire contingent to the Phillies every year, including county commissioners. And so we're just trying to do something similar. And of course, the chamber puts together the trip and sponsors their own people, pay their own way. We all have a travel budget, then we can choose to go there, or we can choose to do something different with it. It's up to us. I don't think A means anything, but I think in December, if you would want to. you might want to suggest that we change that.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I'm just, I just never want to go outside my budgeted amount of money that I have for education and travel. And obviously, we've added a little extra money for Toronto, which can be shared any way we want to if multiple people want to go. Doesn't matter to me. I mean, I can even pay some of my own money. Doesn't matter. I just don't, I want to live within our realm. But this is an important relationship. And also, it is, I've found it to be very valuable traveling with the chamber, because you do create a lot of good relationships with some of the businesses that go as well. And that's and I found that to be beneficial in the work that we do. So, yeah, I think it's, to me, it's about living within the budgeted amounts we have for education and travel. But it's a very important relationship, so.
Well, and we also try to hook up with the Visit Toronto people. We try to hook up with the chamber people up there. Doesn't always work out because we only have the one business day, if you will. Sometimes Visit St. Pete Clearwater sends someone with us. Sometimes a county commissioner goes with us. All of those are relationship building items, so. Okay.
So I'm in relationship to my comment, I'm certainly supportive of you going up there as a liaison, almost on a yearly basis, because it's the relationship building. You do most of that here, but it's easy. It's easy to get up there and to do this, and so I think it's good that we have this here. It is stated that we are to decide that, and I'm supportive of that.
Okay, so is there consensus direction to have the Toronto trip and send our liaison? Yes?
If I may, just a comment from the Duke Commissioner. The thing I've come to understand is how important that relationship is with the Blue Jays. And in both my professional business and my military experience, I will say that the relationships that, are established and of such benefit as the Blue Jays are to Dunedin, that it's important that we go up there and we show the flag, so to speak. So, from my perspective, yes, absolutely staying within the travel policy. But I personally would go on my own dime if in order to show the flag, because I believe it's that important. And so I'm happy to do that. That's all I've got.
Yeah, and I'm just going to tag on to that. I mean, again, I was here when the relationship was seriously in jeopardy. I mean, and it was, you just don't ever want it to be that way. Now we see what that relationship can bring, the partnerships it bring, and you want to keep it healthy. Last year in particular, I thought it was interesting. You went last year as well, right? Mm-hmm. And last year in particular, I just sat there sometimes in amazement with the chamber there and a couple of us from the commission there, how many of the Blue Jay people that even just are up there all the time came in to see us during the game. Like it felt like almost a family atmosphere of that kind of relationship. And to me, that only breeds good things. It only breeds good things. I mean, we have an agreement. We're not in we're not in a position of giving things away to them. This is about something that's great for our city, great for our economy, great for our businesses, great for our citizens, and it's important to keep it strong. So I personally would like to see you go. I'm just going to say that, and I think to the extent.
And you had said the same with Jeff.
Oh, yeah, I did. I mean, and Jeff went, and when Jeff went, we went to see, I think we went to City Hall. We went to visit their environmental office there. Where else did we go?
We went to see Taoist, Tai Chi.
Oh, the Tai Chi, who has their, one of their national headquarters there.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a valuable trip, and so again, that was strengthening another relationship that's important to our city. So it's an important trip.
Need to emphasize the relationship with the Chamber of Commerce as well, because this is truly a it's a liaison, it's a relationship with probably one of the most valued partners that we have here in Dunedin, so.
I think there truly is economic and cultural benefit to going.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's consensus direction. And anybody else that wants to go, they have a travel budget and can determine whether they want to do that or not. Okay? You got what you need? Everybody
Yes.
got? Okay. All right, we have the proposed agenda for Tuesday, April 4th. That's when we'll be talking about the finance plan. Anybody have any additions?
I would like to make a comment about the finance plan, if I may.
You can.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we're going to see this huge financial plan. Can we get that information a little bit earlier than just right before the meeting? I mean, that's a big, it could be very big.
Absolutely, we'll get it out to you as soon as we can. We'd also like to set up individual meetings with all of you to go over some of the aspects of the finance plan.
Thank you very much,
as well.
because that's a
That'd
big
be
deal.
great. I don't know if we've set them up or in the process of setting them up.
Thank you.
And now I know what I was going to tell you earlier. So you're not asking us for a decision at this meeting, but because it's a lot to take in.
It is, yes.
You'll have questions. And so I checked the Thursday meeting. Can we focus on more of a decision or consensus direction stuff for Thursday?
On the 6th?
Yeah, because there's nothing on that agenda,
Right.
not much.
Yes, we certainly can.
It gives us a day or two, to kind of
We can.
think it through. That way we're not put on the spot.
Yes.
You guys okay with that?
I would also like to make sure that the Board of Finance has more than adequate time to look at this, as opposed to a day or two before, and they just get the overview, and should that be the case, just before, that's not enough time for them either, so.
Are you able to get it to them before we see it, or?
What do you think? No, what we were planning on doing is doing the finance plan on the 4th, and it's going to the Board of Finance. And actually, I didn't remember this when we had a discussion.
Gotcha.
And then we're
So
bringing
then
it back to you in May.
So you had to bring it back 2 weeks then?
Right.
Okay, well, it
Minimum.
wouldn't be, okay.
Right.
So Thursday is not
Yeah, I apologize,
Okay,
Mayor.
that's okay.
I did not recall that. So the one item that we have that's time-sensitive is the golf course. So we'll look at this today, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that today.
Yeah.
And plot a path moving forward with that. But the rest of the projects we're going to bring back in May, because it's going to the Board of Finance in April. So I want to stress that very,
Okay.
very clearly, that you are going to see the larger scale projects April 4th. We're going to show you the options, and we've already been working through that as staff. Then it goes to the Board of Finance. So they'll have the same presentation, and then we'll come back with their input in May, I think it is, for those larger scale projects. Yes.
Thank you.
I just wish they had the input first before we see it.
We don't have time to get it there to them. It just wasn't possible. So you'll see it, you'll ask your questions, it'll go to the Board of Finance, they'll ask their questions, then we'll bring everything back to you in May.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, in the large-scale projects financing, I mean, we have some follow-ups from those projects, right? So you're saying they'll come back, and so, I don't
So on April 4th,
know we're ready to
we'll-
make that call anyway, without the follow-ups from a couple of the
No,
other.
she was gonna, I was suggesting that she would bring all of that stuff back.
Oh, okay.
So,
The whole thing, but
Yeah.
never mind now.
right, on April 4th, we'll talk to you about, we'll give you the overview of each of the projects and remind you of where we were in the presentation. I've asked the department directors to give us 3 or 4 bullets on that project, what it was, when you saw it, and what the cost estimate was. And then we'll look at those projects as they impact the American Rescue Plan Act funding, as they impact the CRA budget, as they impact the penny, and general fund. I don't think any of them really do in the general fund, but and then talk about the various options of all those projects, and then it will go to the Board of Finance. for their comments. They'll see relatively the same, they'll hear your comments, and then it'll come back to you again in May. We might need to schedule a special meeting in May. This is, it's kind of a different, it's following the budget process, but we've kind of plucked out the larger scale projects because of their impact and, right, and give you an extra time to consider it. And I didn't recall that Board of Finance when you and I spoke yesterday, Mayor.
And there's
so.
no benefit to going to them first and even putting it off?
Again, though,
showing to us?
we can't just because, first of all, some of these are time sensitive.
Okay. Never mind. I don't want to throw a wrench in the process.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, well then, never mind about adding anything to the 6th. That doesn't work.
Okay.
Okey doke. Okay, I do have something to add to this agenda, though, if everybody's okay. Still according to our travel, right, policy, every year we bring the Sterling, our sister city trip, forward. It's not for this year, so don't panic. It's for next year, but we're required to bring that. We had added that. You had been the one that suggested that, I think, to add to our rules and reg. If we're going to talk about Toronto, we should talk about Sterling.
Okay.
So I'm just asking to add that to the agenda. It shouldn't take that long, but
Good.
we do have some options. We're just trying to follow the rules.
Yep.
Okey doke. All right, so can I have a motion to approve the April 4th agenda with the addition of the Sister City trip?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Vice Mayor Torga and Commissioner Franny. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, we are going to take a couple-minute break, let you guys get all set up, give us a chance to clear our minds and come back. We'll adjourn for a couple of minutes. Thank you. We will get this party started. Now we're going to talk about the illustrious Dunedin Golf Course proposed restoration master plan. I am going to turn this over to Jennifer. This is a workshop item, so we're just given some consensus direction at this point. This is one of the larger capital projects that we're talking about all that funding for. So it's one of many other projects we've been talking about.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yes. So thank you, Mayor.
It's on you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is actually an exciting morning. It really is. There's been a lot of work that's been done on the golf course since the City Commission had first authorized funding for the renovation of the golf course. We are looking to renovate it in the spirit of Donald Ross, which is also very exciting. We have been working a long time with the board to position the club, if you will, in the future. And that includes the food and beverage operation, which we're not going to be talking about as much today. You're going to see that an agreement with the LLC coming to the City Commission at a later date. So City Commission authorized Chris Spence and Lori Viola to develop the design for the Spirit of Donald Ross golf course, and that's what you're going to be reviewing today. We do have two members of the board that I see here, Michael Bowman and Kevin Jeniga. Anybody else? Nope, on the board? Representing the board of directors. As I said, we've had monthly phone calls with the board of directors. We've also had monthly Zoom meetings with staff as well to move forward to this point today. I do want to kind of frame the conversation, Mayor, if that's okay.
Sure.
First of all, you're going to be looking at the design, and we're going to go through the design on a whole-by-whole basis. Some of you have seen this before at the community meetings. I know that this has been presented a number of times to the club and to the community as well. Then we're going to get to the cost estimate. At that point, I'd like to run through the cost estimate, and then staff will talk to you a little bit about the budget and the plan moving forward as far as the finance plan goes for the golf course. You're seeing this today because this is time sensitive. We have a clock ticking here. We don't want to pressure the commission in any way, shape, or form for a decision today in regards to the funding of the golf course. We need to shut down the course in March of 2024.
Yes.
In order to be done by November of 2024 to reopen it. And that's really where the pressure valve is here and why we're pressing to move forward with decisions in the future in the next couple of weeks, specifically on April 4th. But I'll talk about that a little bit more. If we could just get through the design and we can share with you some of the good work that's been done as far as the design goes.
So at the end, you'll tell us what you're looking for from us?
What the plan is moving forward. Yes.
Okay, because
so I'd like
you need some direction today, right?
Yeah, we would like to convey to you the design and get some consensus direction on the design.
Okay.
And then as far as the financing goes, as I said.
That'll come later.
Right, exactly. In this presentation, just as a plan moving forward.
Gotcha.
For all of you.
Okay.
Okay, good, thank you.
All righty. I will turn it over to Vince. Do we want to, I'm trying to figure out the best way to go through this without just interrupting all the time. Is it best that we ask questions on every hole, or I'm trying to figure out the best, most
I
concise
believe our
way to do
preference would
this.
be to wait till the end of the presentation on the...
Presentation before we do questions.
Yes, on the hole by hole.
Okay, so just everybody make notes on which hole you got questions.
We'll stop there, and then we'll, after we're done with questions and comments, then we'll go ahead and go through the budget.
Okay. Yeah, let's do the design questions, and then we'll go to the budget piece separately. All right, Vince.
Thank you, Mayor, City Commissioners. Vince Gizzi, Parks and Recreation Director. With me is Lainey Sheets, our Administration Superintendent, and also author of the RFQ that got us here today, working along with Bruce Worth, our Senior Engineer, who did work very closely with Lainey on the project specifications. Craig Wilson, our City Arborist, is here. Les Tyler, Finance Director, and Blair Klein, our newest team member and Dunedin Golf Club's General Manager of Golf Operations. So he said he's back there to give us all his support this morning. So also our consultants, as Jennifer mentioned, Lori Viola is a Senior Planner and Project Manager for Stantec Consulting Services, Clearwater, Florida, and Chris Spence, Golf Course Designer with Spence Golf Course Designs, Oak Ridge, North Carolina, who did fly in last night to be with us this morning. And both were in attendance during the presentation for the award of the design services for the city. So today's agenda is up on your screen. We'll go through a brief project history and overview, project timeline, tree mitigation requirements, then turn it over to the consultants to do a brief hole-by-hole description of the proposed renovations, then proposed scorecard and distances, and also not on the board, but we are going to be speaking about the project cost estimates, and then we talk about doing that right after the hole-by-hole description, and then comments and questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lainey to just give us an update on the project history and overview.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning.
As you remember, we started this process back in 2021 and into 2022, where the city was looking to make sure that the Dunedin Golf Club was a sustainable operation. And we hired the National Golf Foundation to guide us through that process, and they did an initial study and report, and then a follow-up study with that process. It was a comprehensive review of the entire operations of the Dunedin Golf Club, their operations, their finances, and it also identified various capital projects that were needed and renovations at the facilities. When we completed that process in 2022, the city of Dunedin recognized the need for improvements of the facilities, especially as they relate to the course. And through that process, in 2022, we allocated into the 2023 budget the financial plan to address some of those concerns. $2 million of the funding, there's a total of $4 million that were allocated. $2 million of those funds were from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds, and then $2 million of that is an interfund loan debt financing that the newly established Golf Enterprise Fund would be expected to repay. And additionally, we do recognize there are other capital projects that are needed, so these particular funds are for the restoration of the course itself. There are additional needs that we recognize as far as the clubhouse facilities, the practice facilities, the out structures of the maintenance facilities. But those will be determined at a later date. Today's discussion is strictly about the renovation of the 18-hole course. And then,
and we're also holding $234,000 from the capital replacement fund, which was the fund that we collected each year based on a percentage of the golf revenues. So we do have that. That was the balance, $234,000. And we also have applied. Harry Gross actually did the work for the golf club, worked with Kevin and Gary and the board of directors for a $500,000 historic grant, which we won't, it qualified, the grant did qualify for funding, but we won't know until the governor actually signs off on that line item. So we probably won't know till sometime in late May or June. But there is an opportunity for an additional $500,000 that would go towards this project, along with the $200,000 plus from the capital replacement fund.
so in total, we are at $4.2 million of funding currently, with the potential of $4.7 total for the project to be, again, determined at a later date. In the fall of 2022, when we kicked off the fiscal year, the city solicited an RFQ, request for qualifications, from an architectural services to develop the master plan, to do the complete design and permitting for the renovations of the course. We received 5 firms, and there was an evaluation committee, and they were ranked on their qualifications, experience, their expertise in Donald Ross design, their schedule, and their location. Stantec and Chris Spence were ranked the highest ranked firm, and we awarded that contract in December of 2022. The scope of their services are to address the elements, again, of the 18-hole golf course. That is the greens complex restoration, the bunker and the bunker forms restoration, the tees, the fairways, the complete need for a completely new irrigation system, and to address the drainage issues out on the course, and again, to restore the Donald Ross characteristics of the course. So we really hit the road running quickly. As the city manager mentioned, we are on a very aggressive schedule to get this project done in a timely manner. With golf course restorations, there is a restriction on the growing season. So the project has to happen during the summer months, from spring through fall, to get the sod down in time. So in order to meet that schedule, we held our kickoff meeting and presentation of the master plan to the community on February the 21st. We are here today to present that same plan to the City Commission, again, to hopefully receive consensus direction on the master plan elements. From here, we will enter into the design development phases and have this project out to bid in the fall so that we can be under construction in that early spring timeline, and for the course to then reopen in the fall of 2024. This is not about the course itself and the restoration, but this is just for your information, of additional meetings that we'll be having with the community as we transition to the city operations. As you know, the agreement goes through the end of June of 2023 with the Dunedin Country Club, Inc., and the city will be taking over the operations of the course. And there will be a lot of questions from the community and from the members and the golfers of how that transition will happen. So we'll be having a separate meeting with the community to answer all of their questions as it relates to their memberships or the fees. And those questions will be answered at a meeting in the late spring, early summer timeline, an exact date we're working on now. And then there'll be a separate meeting to discuss the details of the construction. So again, we're not prepared to answer those detailed questions at this time. As we go through the process, those will be vetted of exactly when the course will shut down and where will the members play or not, and how the memberships will be handled during the time that the course is shut down. Again, those questions will be answered at a meeting in the fall as we're better able to answer those details. Additionally, there's also tree mitigation, and with any construction project, inevitably there are trees that are impacted from that construction. The city of Dunedin is requiring that a complete survey of all the trees are done on the property, and that is done by an independent arborist working in conjunction with our city arborist. We are working to protect and keep the existing trees on the course as much as possible. And any of the trees that are needing to be removed will be, protected trees, will be replaced back on the property on an inch-by-inch basis. So the net difference will be mitigated. We have an estimate as we get later on in the presentation. We'll show you approximately the number of trees, and they are approximate because we haven't gone through the detailed design yet. We're still at the master plan conceptual phase, but we have an estimate of how many trees will be impacted, and then we will also, at the end of the presentation, identify the areas on the course where we will be able to do those replantings. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Lori and Chris.
Thank you, Lainey. Thank you, everyone, this morning. We're happy to be here, and I want to say happy spring, even though we're all kind of freezing in our jackets and our sweaters today. I'm Lori Viola from Stantec, and I am very happy to be here. I think a lot of you may know me from other projects. My background is overseeing design and construction of community projects, but prior to that, I actually was in the golf course world. I designed golf courses with some of the
named golf course architects up there, actually all over the world. So I had a pretty exciting career, and unfortunately, I never had any type of historic restoration experience. So I was very excited when Chris agreed to come on board with our team, because we had looked at the Dunedin project for a few years. And so I'm very, very happy to be here today and working with Chris and the city and the golf club on this project. One of the things about golf course renovation, or any kind of project renovation, is sometimes it's actually more difficult than a new project. So you have a lot of existing elements that you don't have when you have a clean slate. For instance, the golf course itself is almost 100 years old. So now we have trees where there weren't trees before. We have homes where there were no homes before. We have changes in golfing equipment that changes the way the game is played. So these are some of the elements that are looked at when Chris does the restoration of the design, as well as looking and working with the city and the club on operations and maintenance. And we will present these to you today. Chris will walk you through some of the Donald Ross elements that are important to restore. We look at Donald Ross as a very prolific architect who did a lot of projects in the early 1900s. And the great thing about doing a restoration of his design is that he designed for all levels of golfers. He made the game enjoyable and challenging, and not, Disney-like-ish as some of the new designs look to me anyway today. So I guess you guys can grab your putters, and even if you're not golfers, Chris is going to take you on probably one of your quickest and easiest rounds of golf and go hole by hole on a brief outline of what our proposed project is. And I'm going to turn it over to Chris. He can give you a little bit of his background as well.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you for having me this morning. It's not cold down here. I came out of North Carolina. It was a little bit chilly up there. As you can see, I've worked a lot with Donald Ross golf courses. It's a pretty substantial portion of my work, and it's a little bit of a niche business. My background includes being a golf course superintendent. So Donald Ross was a greenskeeper, and so we have a commonality in understanding how a golf course fits on the land and how it is maintained, how it's constructed. But the value of a Donald Ross pedigree, so to speak, is a tremendous marketing tool. He's the most widely known architect worldwide. People travel internationally to play his work, especially authentically restored Donald Ross golf courses. And we have a rare opportunity here because the golf course was never destroyed. Some of these restorations I do follow 3, 4, 5 redesigns, modern redesigns, and then the club wants to, or the course wants to go back to their original golf course. Here, we've got an opportunity to uncover this original golf course, and that's one of the things that got me so excited about this opportunity here. So we have layers of things that have been added. Sand's been blown, blasted, added, things like that. So to be able to uncover it and restore it and allow the public and the guests of Dunedin to enjoy an absolute authentic Ross course is what we're after here, and that's what the master plan seeks to achieve. So some of the nuances, as you see, Donald Ross basically laid the golf courses on the ground. He moved very little dirt. Most of it would be a little bit at the tees, at the bunkers, and to build the greens up. You may hear me use the term fill pad. That's the dirt that was filled to raise the green up so it would drain. His routings are really what he's mostly known for. I sometimes disagree with that because I think he builds such a collection of interesting golf holes that the way he bunkers and patterns and takes the player through a series of equations or little puzzle pieces, so to speak. So I'll talk a little bit about that as I go through the golf course. But the motto, golf should be a pleasure, not a penance. He truly designed for the everyday player, and some of the things that he did He was designing this golf course back when hickory shafts and balls that they didn't spin a lot, they didn't get very high off the ground. Unfortunately for all of us that play golf, we all return to that style of the game. But that's really the style of game, a lower flight, ball bouncing along the ground, less spin. I probably just described about 95% of the players. So we're looking to restore a golf course that appeals to the masses. So it's you know, as far as what we're doing to the golf course, and it's going to be the type of golf course that is very attractive to a wide range of players. The irrigation system is shot. Every visit I made to the golf course, they were digging holes, and I looked at the pipe, and it was outdated. The drainage issues on 15, 17 are certainly, fortunately it's not more widespread, but it's very severe and needs to be addressed, and we've been spending a lot of time on that. The greens themselves have lost anywhere from 35 to 50% of their surface areas. That's very common on these golf courses that are close to 100 years old. The tees are undersized and need to be replaced. And I'll talk a little bit about that as we get into the plan. So there's a few photographs here. Some of the things that I'm going to describe. So these are down at Sarah Bay, another Donald Ross built in the same year as Dunedin. So you can see these are newly restored bunkers. You can see a little bit of grass rolling over the sands, low to the ground. The top left, you'll see what I refer to as a landform. That is in place of where there was originally a bunker on the golf course. It's a very efficient way to restore his intent without overbuilding bunkers onto a golf course like this. This golf course had 114 bunkers in its original design. It's got 40 today. We're proposing about 87, 88 bunkers. And then some of those that are not being restored, we will put some of these landforms in place. But the lower left photograph there is, you can see the bunkers leading into the green, but the approach of the green is open, allowing players to approach the green aerial or bounce the ball along the ground. So that's very important to a Donald Ross golf course. And one common thing about his greens is they are generally as wide or wider at the front as they are at the back. So they have a very wide approach, and that's something the golf course has lost that we will be restoring. So I'm going to take you through the golf course, and I'll describe a few things. The tees. So we don't need to talk about the tee complexes on every hole, but the tees have been added and expanded and things like that, and they've got a lot of little abrupt shoulders and things like that, but they're undersized for the amount of play that you're getting on the golf course. So what we're going to do, the project would till over these tees, and we would shape them and lower them. We would take away the abruptness, which is going to increase the size, but also make them easier to maintain and easier to entry and exit. But so when you look at the plan, we're adding some tees, we're shortening, we're adding some length, we're reducing the length on some of the forward tees. So we're trying to create a little more elasticity from the shortest yardage, and we'll show that toward the end. So on the first hole here, you can see there's 5 bunkers there. So we're clearly defining the landing area of the golf hole. Those bunkers do not exist today. Now, Donald Ross used bunkers. He used mounds for a lot of different reasons, but mostly he's defending the shortest direction to the hole. He's aiming the player either away from an adjacent hole or away from property. So you can see we've got a bunker on the left that's steering the player a little bit to the right, away from cutting the corner, so to speak, near the property boundary. So he's surrounding that landing area and creating a very defined target for that player. But if you look at the green, it aims a little bit to the left, so the more you challenge the inside edge of his bunkers, it'll lead you into the approach of the green. So just to describe the plan, you can see a little dashed line on the greens. That's the existing edge of the green. So throughout the golf course, we're putting bunkers in. We're actually reducing the size of bunkers. We're expanding greens. We're lowering the greens about a foot and a half. They've been added to over multiple renovations, and that's one of the things that has reduced the size of the greens. So we'll work our way down the golf course a little bit, going to the second hole. So one of the things about Dunedin is that the golf course is it starts out with a bang. One of the things Donald Ross talks about is starting the golf course off with sort of a handshake hole. This is probably one of the sternest tests right out of the gate that you will see in a Donald Ross golf course. So we've got a really big par 4 here, but it plays a little bit downhill. So we're adding a tee in the back. So we're gonna lengthen it a little bit. I'm going to shorten the forward tee again, but you can see some of the bunker forms being added. Those are locations of old bunkers. So they define the golf hole a little bit right and left. And one of the things they do is they give the golf course a little bit of lateral movement back and forth. If you go out on the golf course today, the land is very, very bland because these bunkers and these forms have been removed. So we want to break up that flatness of the property and make the golf course move side to side. That creates angles, creates interest, and really gives it its character. So the third hole, real quickly, a couple of bunker forms, one of the most unique greens, but you can see we've lost 2 great hole locations in the back there. 3 bunkers getting restored, and I'll just point out here real quickly, you can see the size of the bunkers on the plan versus the bunkers in the aerial. We're going to have more bunkers but less sand when we're finished. That lowers construction costs, lowers maintenance costs, but it's more in keeping with the size of the bunkering that Donald Ross intended. So going to 4. So now we're turning back. We've been heading east all morning. Now we're going to turn back. We've got our real first big opportunity to add a lot of yardage. We've got the vacant property back there, so we're going to add a tee back somewhere in the 25, 30 yard additional yardage. So again, another big par 4. But it shortens all the way up to 310. So we're moving that forward tee. On the inside of the dog leg, we see a bunker form there. The 2 bunkers that you see beyond that were in and near where that bunker form is. So that's where I'm adjusting the bunkers out for the modern game. Restoring a couple of bunkers that, as you look at that entrance to the green, where it's straight today, now you see it zigzag and move into that green. Going to 5, we're going up the hill. Another opportunity to add. We've got vacant property behind the tee. We can add an additional tee. Bunker form on the right. 2 bunkers getting restored up on the hill. I've been asked a few times, why are you restoring those bunkers? Donald Ross put those bunkers there. It's a great example of where he's steering the player slightly away from 6 green. We're also restoring a bunker on the left side of 6 green. He was mindful that players would have a tendency maybe to interact hole to hole there, so it's a safety issue. But those bunkers are a little bit out. Very few players will interact, actually hit their balls in those bunkers off the tee. But it's sort of suggesting that the player aim a little bit further right away from 6. But you can see the green there, another unique green. Great hole location. A lot of little bunkers have been added on the golf course in the back. Most of those will come out. Number 6, we get to what we refer to in the Ross business as a volcano par 3. So you've got a green up on a plateau up high. The clubs named this hole the Shark's Mouth due to the big bunker. So all the holes are named here. That's something you see in Scottish golf. But you can see how the green has lost a lot of its square footage. The bunker on the left will be restored. The bunker on the right will be reduced in size. But you can see how close in proximity the greens are to the next tee. That's one of the beauties of his design. You walk right off the green, right onto the tee. It's a very fast-paced and quick way to play golf. It's great for business. You can get more players out there and keep moving. So we're up at the tee. We're going to create a big deck that enlarges the tee space for 6. It combines it with the back tee on 9. And then we're adding a forward tee across the cart path at about 105. for the ladies and the super seniors to help them get onto this green. It's a forced carry. It's one of the few forced carries on the golf course where the player is asked to aerial, to reach the green. You have to put the ball in flight with a little spin and stop it up on that plateau. Number 7, par 5, big par 5 coming down the edge of the property. So we've got some bunker forms coming in. Those are all original. We're moving the bunkers out to the modern game. So we're creating a new landing area out where the number 7 is shown on that plan. So that's where the limberback, so to speak, or the younger players, the longer hitting players will be interacting with those bunkers. I'm actually adding a bunker on the right, short right of the green. When Donald Ross designed this hole, it was a very long hole. Players could not reach this green in two in any sense with the hickory club. So now we need to give the player a little something to think about in that approach as they're laying up to that green. But the green is just lower it down, expand it, and go down there and find that original green. 8th hole is really one of the most interesting little short par 4s on the golf course, and for some reason Ross was just great at building these little par 4s where you really had to pick and choose the irons or driver or multiple clubs off the tee. But it's a bit of a blind shot over the hill, so he put a bunker just off the tee there, short left, to guide the player up over that blind spot into the proper area of the fairway. So once you top the hill and what you're going to see is this green. This is basically his version of an island green. Donald Ross didn't he didn't incorporate a lot of water hazards into his designs, but he surrounded the green, as you can see there, with the 6 bunkers. It's a very dramatic look, very interesting golf hole, and just a great little short par 4 to restore. We are going to add a back tee back over the path there, and just a general enlargement and shortening again for all players. Finishing up the front 9, we've as I mentioned on 6, we've combined the tee, so we need to add a little yardage here and bring the landing area back in play. We've got 2 bunkers being restored, and then between the 9th and the 8th hole is a series of old bunkers that have been removed that we will just, instead of putting bunkers out into trees, we'll just form up the little bunker forms. And what that does is that we have a lot of tee shots that try to run between those golf holes and come off of 9 or 8, and it'll help contain some of those golf shots. So the 9th green is one that has been impacted by some of the tree growth behind it. So we've actually turned this green, and I'm hesitant to do so because we've got an opportunity to have 18 absolute authentic Ross greens here, but that green we're trying to accommodate some of the shade and things in the back. But as you can see, we've reset the green a little bit short and right, and then we restore the diagonal bunkering that's on the original drawing. So the front side is very compact, and then we cross the hill and we get onto the back 9 of the golf course, and the golf course sort of opens up onto a broader piece of property. And we've got an original bunker short left that has been removed, but the form is still there, so we'll clean that bunker out and restore it. Tees stay where they are. First bunker gets restored. The second bunker up on the hill is still there to this day. It's an original location, so we clean it up and restore it. And then the green, this green has probably maintained its size as good as any on the golf course. So his original design had a bunker left and right, and I've added a bunker short right to help contain shots that are trying to get over to the 11th tees, as it being a fairly short par 5. So just trying to add a little more protection to the golf hole there. So 11. So now we're coming up on curlew for our first exposure to the creek on the golf course. The tees all stay in the same location. The green gets restored a little bit, and we condense down the bunkers. So this green has been raised considerably. It's probably more so than some of the other ones, probably a couple of feet in the front. But it's one of a series of 4 or 5 greens that had a tier in the green where the back half was maybe a foot and a half higher than the front, but that's all been removed. So pretty simple process here. So number 12, we proposed, you can see the water tower there, and then the tee down below it is where the backmost tee on the golf hole. We're proposing putting a couple of tees up closer to 11 green, up adjacent to the water tower. We're going to add about 50 to 60 yards. And what that does is that restores the landing area to the proper position in the golf hole. Right now, a lot of the good players hit it well through the landing area and up the face of the hill. So, for future, especially high-level events, we need to get this yardage for this golf hole. So we've got a bunker on the right. You can still see that bunker today. It's been removed, so we'll restore that. Short left of the green was a series on Ross's drawings, 4 bunkers that was converted. We think Donald Ross went ahead and expanded and combined those into a large bunker. And then we've got a couple of the bunkers coming out front left, a little bunker going in the middle left, and then you see a great hole location back right. If you go out on the golf course, you can see that where the green used to travel out beyond what is putting surface today. And those are the great hole locations, and they're throughout the golf course that really increase the strategy. 13, heading back up to the clubhouse. We've got a new tee back about 25 yards. We're heading up over the hill. We're moving the green away from the clubhouse back into its original location, which will give us some room and more safety and allow us to put a putting green on the clubhouse side of the property. 2 bunker forms, green surrounded by 5 bunkers. Very dramatic. Beautiful golf hole coming into the clubhouse area. 14, another great little short par 4. We're recommending that we make a little bit of a change to the configuration of the lake. Actually add some fairway on the inside of the dog leg. We would take that material from the left side of the lake and extend the lake up a little closer to the front of the green to challenge the long hitters, so to speak, that are trying to drive that green. We're going to create a much more dramatic challenge for them. So that green is back in the same location that it exists today. So 15, beautiful par 5 going down Curlew. So we're going to extend the 18 tee back and have a combination back tee there, adjust the tees over so the players get a little better view down Curlew. Now this is sort of one of our problem children, fairway-wise, drainage-wise, very low when we have a high water elevation in Curlew. The drainage, the gravity drainage on the hole pretty much ceases to exist. So we're still in development on exactly what we will do with that fairway, but it's going to be a combination of subsurface drainage, electric sump drainage, and some additional elevation and sand material in that fairway. We've got to solve this problem because it shuts the golf course down during flooding situations. So we think we've got a good plan to be able to do that. We've got, as we cross Curlew, we've added a little small bunker on the left, again, to add interest, make the player think a little bit about the approach. The rest of the green complex is original, restoring a couple of bunkers on the left, a great hole location, back left, that's been lost, reduction of the bunker on the right. So now what we in the golf design business talk about, now we're turning for home. So the player's been on the golf course for 15 holes, and Donald Ross was great at this. So he's gonna ask the player, you've had plenty of time to get your game in order. Now you're gonna play some great golf holes coming home. So 16 is a big par 3. We'll extend the tee back a little bit. As you can see, he originally had 5 bunkers. We're restoring 4 with 1 bunker form. But you can see the impact of that bunker form, how it takes a fairly straight fairway, causes it to move right, back, left, into the green. This is one of the largest Donald Ross greens I've worked on. It's 110 feet deep, 75 feet wide. So we reset the bunkering to the sides, but just a spectacular golf hole to kind of introduce her, entering that final stretch back to the clubhouse. 17, short par 5 by modern standards. We're going to add about, I think it's about 20 yards back there. We've got opportunity to go back, put a tee across the cart path there. All the other tees just get lowered and leveled. So we're coming back down, into another area that's poorly drained. So that will get the same treatment. So between these two golf holes will be a series of pipes and that lead into an electric sump. So we can drain these golf holes, even when curlew's high, even when we're having high rain amounts, we can pump water from a lower elevation on the golf course to the higher elevation of the creek. So we'll do that with an electric sump system. So we'll break up between those two golf holes with a little bit of mounding. And then there are 6 bunkers that have been removed leading into that par 5. You see the 4 on the right, we call that a little bit of a nest of bunkers. It'll be in combination with some mounds and things like that. But again, you can see the golf course moves left, moves right, moves left, back in. So it's got great movement, great angle. Bunker gets restored on the right of the green. So finishing hole. Again, a little bit of a blind tee shot here. So we're expanding the tees a little bit back. I'm sliding those tees slightly left due to a lot of practice balls coming over into that area. Now this is to the right of this golf hole. To respond to that, we'll talk a little bit about some of the tree mitigation. It's a great planting area, but you can see that Donald Ross was guiding the player over that hill with 5 bunkers. Instead of putting the 5 directional bunkers, they're short of where a ball would go, but we can restore that intent with a series of 5 landforms that creates a little bit of a narrow visual path leading the player over into the landing area. We propose moving the cart path to the left instead of going across the fairway. It's been my experience that when the players travel that way, some of the poorer shots from the practice area tend to go into that area, and we were steering players directly into that danger. So we're looking at moving that path to the left. The green is like many of the others. We've lost a great hole location front right. The bunker gets reduced back to its original size. We take the bunker out on the right of the green, and the short left and left bunkers are in the same locations. So that pretty much takes you through the golf course in sort of quick fashion. The end result of adding tees and both for additional length and reduced length, you can see the existing scorecard on the far right. So we've got a total yards of 66.25. The master plan proposed taking that up to 69.68, which is a pretty good golf course if in the future you want to hold some sort of major professional style event, and with your history it certainly would be in play. That's borderline, a PGA of America would have to look at that, but we've added about 343 yards. But at the same time, some of the comments that I've heard in speaking with players, so when I'm doing a master plan, I'm interacting with the players on the golf course. We can see that it was a common thread that we needed to reduce the yardage for the forward tee players. So you can see we've taken off about 328 yards to help the ladies and the higher level senior players. So those tees will be able to have multiple tees on them instead of just one tee. So we've stretched the golf course in both directions, which I think is going to be very valuable going forward for the broad range of players that you will have. But that pretty much carries us through the master plan. Dealing with tree mitigation. We do have to remove some trees. We do need to locate some areas to where while we're removing trees to make way for some tees and get sunlight on greens and things like that, we need to we need some areas where we can plant some trees. And fortunately, we do have areas on the golf course. I mentioned 18, between 18 tees and the practice area is a great area where we need some additional buffer. But it's a little hard for me to see on the screen, but the front nine, you can see when I'm trying to see that shade trees removed 49, palm trees 67, total of 116. That sounds like a lot. A lot of the palm trees and things have been planted, in close proximity to tees and really close to greens, and they sort of clutter up the rough. And there's many different varieties, but we want to open some of those areas up a little bit, and so this just illustrates a little bit of the impact zone and where we can replant. Back nine, same thing. I guess that shows a little bit on 18, and just some of the areas we've identified that we think we can do some tree planting to help mitigate some of the removal that we're doing on the golf course.
Before we go to the cost. All right. Who's our liaison? Is that you? Jeff?
Vice Mayor.
John? Okay. Anything you want to add to this, or give it to you first?
Add to it, or?
Well, whatever you, questions, whatever you want.
Oh, thank you. No, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much for the great presentation. I felt like I was playing a round of golf and didn't lose a golf ball. So that was cool. I noticed a couple of interesting things when I was reading this, and I've seen this before, and that was the increase in the yardage and the decrease in the yardage for those who would benefit from that. What is the, I always kind of thought the magical number was like 7,000 as opposed, for a course for any serious play, shall we say, tournament play. Is that the case, or isn't it? Is there a number? Is there a number like that?
Yeah, it is somewhat. For the senior, let's say a senior tour or a high-level amateur player, they, for whatever reason, they go to and see what the total yardage is, and they're looking for that 7,000 number. Sort of in the modern game because the ball travels so far.
Is there a reason? I mean, we're so close. Is there a reason that we wouldn't want to at least be able to say that we're a 7,000? I mean, I'm just asking, just out of curiosity. I mean, we're close.
Well, we were certainly shooting for that, and there's been a couple of areas, three in particular, where we wanted to add some yardage to the third hole to restore it to its original length, but when we tried to move the tee, there's an interaction with two green. We really can't move to the right. We have to stay over to the left, and then there's some substantial trees that we didn't want to impact, or we were asked not to impact, so we took that back tee out. So there's a few tees that have sort of fallen into that category to where we removed them from the plan to avoid impacting some of the larger oak trees.
Well, then let me go there just a little bit then, because I guess the answer was that we would be impacting some trees perhaps, and so that eliminated that. And the importance of that, I'm not real sure, but I just wanted to bring that up because, I mean, having played golf, you see that. You see that frequently, and when somebody says, go and play this course, you kind of look at some of the yardages, et cetera. You made a great comment when you said 18 authentic holes, meaning Donald Ross holes. What does a green look like? What does a authentic Donald Ross green look like? You can give a generality because you've obviously worked on a number of these. You would be our expert about that, most certainly. You are anyway, but for us.
Donald Ross greens were, I made the comment about as wider as the back, but they tend to venture off into the corners, and what the golf course has lost here is they become little circles. He didn't build very many circular greens. They were sort of squarish in nature. They had corners that extended, and they extend out and go and have a very close integration with the bunkers and the fill pad or the shoulder, where that green, he's built the green up, and then there's a shoulder that falls down in natural grade. The greens have retreated away from those shoulders, sometimes 15, 16, 20 feet. So we want to, and some of that's due to them piling sand on top of the green. So we're going to take those greens down, extend them back out. Now, interior of that green are an assortment of contours and features that Donald Ross like to use on his greens, whether it's a little swell, a little small plateau, a terrace, as he would say, spines. So it'd be a little rolling mound that would extend out and split the green. And most all of those have been not completely removed. We can still see remnants of them, but they're buried under this material that's been added. So we want to recreate that rolling fashion that's in between hole locations. So as we settle down into a hole location, it's going to be flatter where we've got to get to an acceptable percentage so the ball will stay on the green there. Original Donald Ross greens might be at 4 or 5%. We've got it in the modern game, as fast as we like to putt on the greens, we need to be in that 1.5 to 3% in hole locations. So we do adapt the golf course to the modern game, but the shape, position, angle of his greens are very important to the way the mix of holes play. As for whether you enter a green from the left side or there's an advantage, or the right side going into the green. So he tries to create a golf course with balance. So he's not favoring any one player, say a player that hits it right to left over a player that hits it left to right. He wants them both to be examined and be challenged equally through the golf course. So when we start changing a green, we start to interrupt that balance a little bit.
How does that relate to trees around a green for Donald Ross course?
Well, the greatest impact, and one of the reasons your greens have shrunk in size, is because of the tree planting. As the trees have matured and grown, and they've gotten taller and they get wider and they cast shade further out, it's very typical for trees to be planted too close to greens so they can have a quicker impact on the play of the golf course. But as they grow and mature, then that shade reaches out. Once it starts to overlap onto the closely mown area of the green, you start to lose that turf, so that the collar or the higher cut around the green just gets moved in and in as it just continually shrinks the green. So we've identified, and a lot of these trees are between the cart path and the green. We can live with the trees that are on the outside of those cart paths, but we've lost all the turf between the green and the cart paths on many holes, and it's due to heavy shade, root competition with the turf, and some of those trees are smaller oaks, some are much larger, and that's where we sort of get into that battle, whether it's a grand oak or it's a smaller oak that we can cut and manage, and we've got trees behind it. But this property was a citrus grove. Originally, it didn't have the oak trees out there. They've all been planted in its last 95 years, so to speak.
So the course is almost 100 years old. That means it was built without having those trees around the green.
Right.
The greens.
They've been added to. Golf went through a period where they wanted to backdrop and frame the golf holes with a lot of trees. And unfortunately, we have holes like 9 that if you're going to cut the trees at some point, or you will not be able to play the golf hole, coming off the tees. They've reached out to where it's one of the narrowest tee shots I've seen in golf, as it exists today. It's just, and those trees will just keep growing. It will keep getting narrow to the point you can't play the golf hole. So you have to address it, or just quit playing the golf hole, which is not an option. But 9 green has been one that has gotten a lot of discussion, where Ross took the green in and turned it left. And in all the aerials and site inspections, we can't grow grass on the back left third of the green because it's in the shade, throughout the day. So there were a couple of trees in the back left that we really wanted to remove. We had those discussions, and we ended up, considering moving the green to the right, which is what the plan shows. And then as soon as we look at that, we find out there was an incident of a player being hit on one tee from a player in 9 approaching the green. So I'm very cautious and concerned about that we increasing the danger to one tee by moving that green at all. So we need to be very careful with that, but we're also moving off of that original Ross green.
If we did what you would probably recommend for hole number 9, we would have 18 authentic greens. Now, not for your purpose, but for anybody else, because I'm sorry, I'm going to just take a few minutes with this, because this is really important to me. In 1991, I actually shot our course with a video, my wife and I, because I was in a position where I could put our course in a game that was distributed throughout Europe called Greens. Interesting. Called Greens. It was for micropros. I worked with micropros at the time. And of course, I don't remember seeing as many trees as what I see today. And that was a long time ago, in 1991. But the thing that was beneficial was simply being a Donald Ross course. And so realizing that people will really be interested in the history of the course. They are. Golfers are. I mean, they come in there to play, but they're into this. I mean, they really are into this, and they want to play they'll come to play a Donald Ross course. For us not to have that, to have a hole that really is different than what it probably could or should be, because it's not authentic, what would we have to do to make it? Now, the second thing for you, so that you see where I'm going, I always talk safety and security. That's my number as far as an elected official. I'm very concerned about that in traffic and crossings, and I'll stand up and be the first to yell, or I will yell out for safety's sake. I've never been hit by a golf ball. I've heard them land around me, but this course is actually played very close together, according to many courses that I've ever played. And so I am concerned about that. I'm concerned about safety and the security then. I want to be secure when I'm on the golf course. And then the second thing is there a solution to us not having those trees there? And I think there is. I happen to live and happen to be the president of a community here in Dunedin that probably has the most trees on it of any community. We're loaded, lots of trees, so I get into the lots of trees conversations, and I've lived there for 32 years. And the arborist knows where I live, and so he knows what I'm talking about here. So we love trees. We all love trees. Make no misunderstanding about that. But there is a remedy if you wish to move a tree in our system here. Not for you to know, you know that, but for everybody else to know that as well. There's a remedy, and this is called a shade tree. And so there's a remedy. If you need to move it or want to move a shade tree, you can. It's costly. But some people do, and then you have to replace it. Inch per inch, correct?
For a shade tree.
For a shade tree. So there is a remedy for it. So have we pursued that remedy to have an authentic, all 18 holes authentic? I mean, it seems to me that there's some value to that. Again, golfers understand, I think a lot of golfers would understand that. We hold events, we go to planning sessions, we go to off-site budget areas, and we go to a famous course, and we want to know about the course. Here we're going to have that. By the way, not having that hole that way, would you happen to know, would that affect this grant that we're seeking in any way? I don't know.
I don't know. I didn't participate in the grant. I would, obviously, it's a historic preservation grant, so we're certainly in you know, in the example of the ninth green, we're not historically preserving that green. So I don't know if it would impact that. I'd certainly hope not. I mean, we are so close to an absolutely authentic, and they're rare. It's very rare to have the opportunity to have a fully authentic through and through Donald Ross golf course. And to be able to promote the golf course as such, I think has tremendous value. You know, and then it just becomes a matter of, you know, the integrity of the statement. You know, we can, a lot of people will say, oh, it's authentically restored, and it may not be. But we have, it's unusual here that we can actually uncover and restore the greens that a Gene Saracen actually putted on, or a Ben Hogan or a Sam Snead, that kind of thing. So that's where I sort of stand on it. I think we're so close, and I respect the tree ordinance, and there's a lot of trees out there. We're going to plant some trees out there, and it was of course my wish that we could maintain that authenticity throughout the golf course, and you know, and look at removing those two trees. There's 4 back there. So we're still maintaining a substantial tree, you know, canopy back behind the green, sort of center and back right. And there's 2 that were planted on the inside of the cart path. And those are the ones that we've really, you know, that are the real challenge.
Chris, I'm asking these questions in part because, not because I'm going to be playing that course. I'm asking these questions for off in the future as well. So when I'm sitting back on the boat thinking about some of the things that we've done, we're that close to having a completely authentic course. And I've gone through the holes a number of times, and I love doing it with you today because I got to sit back. It's like I was playing the golf course. What would I try to do here again? We'll do that every time. Every time I look at it, I'll do the same thing. But it was fun to watch that. And I really respect what the layout is currently. I wish we could have gotten to 7,000. So I lay that down, but okay, fine. But the hole number 9 still leaves me a little bit of a distaste in my mouth. So I'm trying to figure out, how do we get there? Now, I know that if we take trees down, we have to replace trees, shade trees, inch per inch. That's the remedy. It's called a remedy. We could do that, couldn't we? I mean, that's not for you, I guess, for you to answer, because you're making a presentation. And we can plant them somewhere. So we have a remedy to this situation, and I just want us to be aware of the fact that we have that exists.
Yeah, so you're correct. It does have there is an option to remove shade trees and plant with shade trees, but our code also does distinguish grand trees. And the 2 trees that you were referencing are grand trees, and it asks that we place the onus on the owner or on the person that's producing the product to reduce, alter, and modify construction in efforts to save those. So there is a bit of a distinction between shade and grand shade, and that's kind of what we had set forth through some of our preliminary meetings with them. We can also do crown reduction, meaning reduction pruning of crowns of trees to reduce some of the length, which is actually becoming more of a common practice. But there is a bit of a distinction. It's not just inch for inch. Our code does specifically earmark grand trees in there and ask that we do our best to protect them.
Thank you, and I respect this gentleman a lot, so everybody knows that, and he's been at my house, et cetera. But I'll come back to our golf course. So our golf course is a living course as well. So are the trees a living course, and so are we. We're living individuals. And here we have a course that we have an opportunity, if we are going to make this a Donald Ross course, and we have a chance to, I can't imagine, has anybody else been able to do what we can do? Any of the other courses that you worked on, could they achieve what we could achieve here? A total because we're almost there.
The closest one that I would refer to is the Roaring Gap Club, and I took it through this exact same process. And of course, tree removal on that property was substantial. It was in the thousands, but it was not this type of tree impact. But it's a very authentic. Of the 400-something golf courses that Donald Ross designed, I'm going to say less than 50 can really have this sort of opportunity and this sort of rare authenticity. See, the golf course is still there. It's just underneath the layers of the material. So even the construction process for this golf course is going to differ than a lot of the larger construction projects where they put bulldozers on the greens and start pushing all this material around. We don't want to do that. This is like an archaeological dig. We're going to go down. We'll be able to see that original putting surfaces. And I've taken core samples and I've located. They're still there. I can see them. We'll peel those layers off, clean all of that off, and then we're going to look at the original Ross green, and we'll be able to find the outline of it, and then we will rebuild that green to modern construction standards so it drains and it maintains turf properly. So that's the rarity of it, is not having to move the greens. The only green that's been moved on the golf course is 13, and we're going to move it back.
So I'm actually now I'm kind of speaking to everyone. And I say that we have ordinances that are created by us. And we look at it and we say, well, let's make sure that we have some maintenance of certain issues. And in this case, we have trees. I'm not doing this for me when I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this is going to be ours. This is all of ours. This belongs to all of us, those who made those ordinances and those who follow those ordinances. And it would seem to me that in this particular case, that we should go all the way on a Donald Ross, since we've gone this far. Now, granted, I understand there's some people that may say we don't want a Donald Ross course. Well, but we're going down that road. We're very close. And we are going down that road. We've kind of made that decision. So let's go down the road.
So John, for the benefit of the commission, I'd like to have Jennifer discuss, because you've debated this question over and over and over again.
Yes, we have.
With Chris and with many other people from the club and with our staff and looking at the ordinances. So, I mean, you're recommending that we move in this direction, the direction that exists. Why? Can you just talk about that and tell us why?
Well, I think it's important to note that our original effort, when we allocated the funding, the $4 million, was a spirit of Donald Ross. We didn't think I think that Chris has done a fantastic job of going beyond the spirit of Donald Ross to a Donald Ross course, if you will. We're already a Donald Ross course. That's what we're known for, and that's what the community understands, those that know golf understand. We did a hole-by-hole walkthrough. I wasn't there. The vice mayor was, I think, for a portion of it, and looked at trees that could be removed, shade trees that we wanted that needed to stay, and those types of things, and then arrived at 116 trees, and that's not a small amount of trees to come off this course. Some of the trees that were to remain, given that they're grand oaks, and I think that it's important to note too that the standard that we hold ourselves to, in regards to our tree ordinance, we built the new city hall around the grand oak, on Milwaukee. We are demolishing this building with respect to the grand oak on this property. We are at Tree City USA. We would hold a developer to this exact same standard, and I think that it's important we hold ourselves to that standard as well. These are 4 grand oaks. We figured that they're approaching 100 years old. So is that correct, Craig? 75 to 100 years old? Yeah, at least. And so you have 400 years worth of trees in that area. And I would contend that whereas if we were to mitigate these trees, they could be mitigated elsewhere on the course in 10 or 20 years, nobody would know that they were there. But I would say in 100 years, those trees could still be there and nobody would know that the course was there, possibly. So I think it's important that we, staff is certainly recommending that we retain the trees, that we prune the canopy in order to help with the maintenance on the course. The plan that you saw is Donald Ross with the relocation of the green. We can continue to work on that, but I think that we need to ensure that we support those trees and that they remain in that area. Because it's much larger, I think, than the Donald Ross and even the spirit of Donald Ross in this case. It is inherent within the city's comprehensive plan. It's inherent within just about every master plan that we have, that we maintain our tree canopy the way that it is, and it is what we're known for. It impacts our environmental sustainability initiatives. It impacts our comprehensive plan in terms of providing shade and the heat index and those types of things. So there's so many different areas that this touches that are actually beyond the golf course itself, and mitigating the trees or accomplishing the spirit of Donald Ross. So I think that out of all of those trees, out of all the trees that we looked at, we were able to arrive at a compromise. Chris said that they shortened one hole to respect those trees. We, at the same time, as we were walking through, cringed a little bit at some of the trees that Chris had wanted and Lori had wanted to take out, but we arrived at that compromise. Here, I think, is, at least as far as staff is concerned, is the line in the sand, as far as the size of the trees, the age of the trees. And really, you know, they're right on Palm Boulevard, so they impact so much more than just the golf course. It's everybody who traverses that road. It's all those sorts of things. They're an integral part of that entryway into the subdivision, I would say. So I think that there's far more in play here than Donald Ross, the spirit of Donald Ross. You know, the vice mayor had mentioned some people don't care, you know, some people don't. I don't think that the vast majority of the population would know whether it's Donald Ross or not. And so, but they do know those trees are there. They do see those trees on a daily basis. They appreciate those trees. They enjoy those trees. And so I think that those trees need to remain. It was really as far as our city arborist goes, it's the one thing that he turned around and looked at me and looked at Vince and said, no, these need to stay. And I think that we need to listen to that. I think that we need to practice what we preach, essentially, to the development community and to every other community. You know, we're preempted from a lot of these grand oak trees because you can get an arborist and the arborist will say it's damaged and out the tree comes. We have a point to pivot here. We have a decision to make as far as what exactly our priority is here. And so that is the reason behind staff's recommendation to keep those trees. That said, I'm completely willing to continue to work with the club and with Stantec to arrive at the best solution that we can. Blair came up to me just before the meeting and he said that he thought that he had some good solutions as well. So we need to continue to work on that, but we need to have the trees remain, and that's staff's recommendation of the City Commission.
Okay. If you don't mind, I want to let some other people, because...
Can I just finish my...
Well, I need to let some other people talk first, and we can come back to you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, anything?
Thank you. Chris, you probably mentioned it, but it seems to be the theme of the dais today is going to be the trees. On number 9, could you just reemphasize, if the trees weren't there, what that hole would look like? Where's the impediment with the trees? Just one more time.
Well, the tree, a couple of things. The trees are casting a lot of shade on the green, which is prohibiting the survival of the green. So it's retreated like a lot of the other areas. The green turned to the left versus to the right. And back to some of the things that what Ross did there is he bunkered to the right and turned the green left, trying to steer the player away from 1Ts, not toward 1Ts. So because the back left area is where the shade is and the damage to the green is being done, we can't build the green back there. So we have to compensate for the loss of the green over on the other side. So in essence, we're sort of going against his philosophy, and we're steering the player closer to 1 versus away from 1. And that's the cautionary tale that I'm faced with, not just, I mean, I love trees as much as anybody, and I hate to have to impact them, but they weren't there when the green was built, 96 years ago. So,
Okay, and so the green is to the right, so without those trees, that green would be more to the left.
we have to move the green to the right if the trees stay.
Right, and so that would also, so without the trees though, then this green would then move more to the left.
It would stay exactly where it's at.
Stay where it
but we
is.
would reclaim the back left portion, which would in essence steer the players more away from one.
Okay, and that bunker to the left, then would that stay or would that?
Yes, that bunker would stay on the left.
Okay.
So we maintained the 3 bunkers. We've had 2 bunkers removed, short and right. So he was moving the player away from one. He recognized we've got room left of the green safety. So he was moving the player away from one. He recognized that he had an issue there. So so even with sliding the green right, we maintain those 3 bunkers, and we hope it's sufficient. And we can't really move, in some situations, we might move 1 tee's left, but we can't. We've got a property, private property off to the left of the tee, so we're sort of hemmed in as to what's available to us.
Okay. And this.
With the removal of the 2 trees, the 2
Right.
on this side.
Okay. And right now, this is one of the holes where you can see that original green. Is that right? This hole, you can still see the Donald Ross.
Yes.
Right, that's still there. So if we were to keep the trees, move to the green to the right, would we be able to do that and keep that original Donald Ross hole underneath? Or will this renovation destroy that archaeological dig?
Yeah, we would be turning a green that originally turned left, and it would turn to the right.
Right, but after that, if we wanted to keep the trees, turn the green to the right, would we still, after the renovation, be able to see where that original Donald Ross green was?
It's kind of hard to say. We've just discussed removing or pruning. There's root zone impacts and things like that. That there's limitations on that as well. To do the construction on the green, these 2 trees are so close, the roots are actually in the green.
Right. I guess, because the reason I'm asking is we've talked about how we're living beings and the course is living and the trees are living. At some point, those trees are going to die. It may be 100 years, it may be 200 years, but hopefully this renovation of the course, hopefully a commission 100 years from now will still be talking about a Donald Ross course. Wouldn't that be just wonderful? And so my question is, at some point, those trees die, would we at that point be able to shift that green back to the left? And with that original course, that original green, would we be able to do what we're doing now 100 to 200 years from now?
It'd be a little bit of a different process. I mean, even if we move the green, I mean, I've got to create a Donald Ross green, one that matches the rest of the golf course. It's off of the footprint. It's in a little bit of a different kind of half on, half off location, but it would be, we would have to move it back similar to what we're talking about on 13, where the green has been, moved back to the clubhouse, and we've got to move it, move it away from the clubhouse. So it'd be that same process.
Okay. I'm just wondering or hoping that through this renovation, whether that green stays to the right or we move it back to the left, that original Donald Ross green stays there. Would be my hope. Now, right now, today, we do consider that course a Donald Ross course.
In name only. And I say that with all due respect. It does not look or play like a Donald Ross. And that now that's what
we are acknowledged by the Donald Ross Society as
a Donald Ross. The routing, the greens, it's all still there. But the golf course has lost its character. It's lost its authenticity as far as the style of bunker, the size of the greens, the strategy of the golf course has been severely impacted by time.
You don't need to sell me there because that's why we're here today.
So it's if you were to go and play 2 or 3 restored Donald Ross golf courses and then play the Dunedin Golf Club, you would not feel like you're on original or authentic work. Now that's what we're after. That's what we intend to reclaim and restore. And so when You know, we want it to be a shining example of his original work that leads, you know, it teaches players and it exposes players to his original work. And we're going to do that. We're going to do that with our 9, I mean, in a substantial way. 9 is just, you know, just one little, it's one green, and the greens are the top priority. That is where all of the character really comes from, all the strategy, everything about his golf course, all the way back to the tee is dictated by the green, and the angles of the greens and where the holes can go on these greens. And
Okay. And I like the idea that you talk about moving the player from the right to the left and how the holes dictate where the player plays, because that's nowhere in my realm of playing golf. Once it leaves the tee of the ground, it's just going. So
Going somewhere.
that intrigues me and gives me hope. I'm going to slide away from hole number 9, just real quickly. And it just came to me this today, Jennifer's. Does this renovation, restoration, does the public art master plan fall into this at all?
Well, the public art master plan doesn't pertain to infrastructure per se.
It doesn't.
No, it does not.
No, it's a
Parks and
physical,
recreation, yeah, it does not.
yeah, no.
I would say no.
But if and when the clubhouse ever gets done, it might.
Right, vertical construction.
$4 million for the courts, yeah, no. But for the clubhouse, yeah, absolutely. And that's fine, just pretty funny. Because I was thinking there's the lake that's on.
You'll get to fight for solar.
No, well, that's not public art, that's just the way.
No, I'm saying in addition to your public art.
But I was just thinking that lake on hole 14, it'd be wonderful if we had Dunedin spelled out or something on the lake, something in an aerial you could come over, and so when you flew over, a drone went over, you could actually see.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey.
Henry and Sylvia are right there. What more do you want? I'm teasing you. I'm just giving you.
We have to limit ourselves?
No, of course
Oh,
not.
I
I'm just really,
He's channeling Deborah Kinder.
I
He
know.
really is, yep.
Thank you, Deborah. Let me see. Just for the public, just so they know, we've heard it 100 times this morning, replacing a tree inch by inch. What does that mean? Is that more of a Craig? Is that a Craig?
So to quickly summarize it, say it was a 20-inch tree, normally 20 inch in diameter, measured 4.5 feet up the trunk from the ground. Normally that would be like planting 10 2-inch caliper trees. And you'd measure the caliper 6 inches above ground at that point. That's a code entry level tree, 2 inches in caliper, 8 feet tall. You would plant approximately 10 of those to make up a removal of one 20-inch diameter tree.
Okay, and just so we're talking about inch by inch, not number of trees. And that's for the public, they might want to see, why are you they might consider those saplings, right? Why are you replacing a big tree with a
Correct, yeah.
sapling?
I mean,
it's the number of saplings that would.
in many cases, especially where you have room to plant, you actually would be probably gaining more trees in the end. Not necessarily, I mean, it would be an equivalent in inches removed, but you actually be gaining more trees when you're done, and then essentially gaining more inches in the future, so.
And we have that much space on the golf course?
Yeah, there's definitely areas where they needs to be buffered, and there's some areas where it's just like vacant land, hasn't been used.
That's where my golf ball would be most of the time.
Oh, yeah.
All the trees.
Well, I'm going to pay the freight. I'm going to see the real estate. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I am all over that course. All right. Thank you, Craig, very much. Let me see. I think that, other than that, Chris, great presentation. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask a couple tree questions, and I'm moving on to some,
for God's
a couple different.
You didn't hear enough about trees?
No, I actually have a couple pointing questions. So Craig, just for you. Okay, so are we absolutely certain those trees weren't there? Because if they're 100 years, they obviously were there. It's 96 years ago, 1927, the course began.
I couldn't be 100. I haven't went back and looked at aerials from there, but I would say, yeah, they're very likely at least as old as that.
And even if
the course was.
There, it was 78 years ago that PGA started playing there,
Correct, yeah.
78 years ago,
And
they
what-
must have been there. So, and they played there till 1962, which is 61 years ago. So somewhere in the pre-61 years ago, those must have been there. So somebody must have thought, not a
Yeah,
bad
well,
idea.
I was going to say, a lot of times when you're developing area, going from one thing to the next, even in what I've found in old orange groves too, is a lot of times they'll keep, trees that are larger as long as they're on the fringes and they're not eating up a lot of real estate in the middle. So this one could have been there while the orange groves were there. I don't know. I didn't look at aerials. But if Palm Boulevard was there, or if this was an old road at some point, it could have been there pre the golf course being developed. But again, I didn't
Only
verify
Donald
that.
could talk to it.
Yeah.
So root pruning, that won't help a lot with the situation?
I mean, it could help. So if that's an issue, we can kind of establish a level of tolerance and with public safety in mind as well, and then putting in root barriers and things like that could reduce root encroachment.
And then for the trees of this type, what is the lifespan of those trees?
Well, the southern live oak, Quercus virginiana, ranges anywhere from 300 to 500. On some of the ones, some of the ones that you see and hear about.
I just clarifying.
Well, the ones that you see and hear about in like South Carolina, Georgia, and some of the iconic ones here are probably more, even like the Baranoff and Safety Harbor, and there's a few in Fairway. Those are pushing, 150, 200, somewhere in there.
Sure.
Babies.
Yeah, and I mean, Craig, I think that's great. Thank you. You can relax.
Thank you.
I mean, one thing that comes to mind during this debate, and I'm not closed off to solutions about it, is sometimes, perfect is the enemy of good / great in this case. So, in the spirit of Donald Ross. And it looks like you came pretty close to full restoration, which, we weren't sure we could afford, and we still have issues about whether we can afford what we've got down here. So we may have bigger issues than those trees. One question I had is, when you look at the additional bunkers, et cetera, did you guys look at what the impact of the ongoing maintenance would be? By almost doubling the number of bunkers?
Well, we're doubling the number, we're reducing the actual sand square footage substantially, maybe 40%. The style of bunker that we're building is going to perform a lot better than the bunkers that you have today. One of the things that happens with a bunker that splashes up the face is the sand washes to the bottom. These bunkers will have a grass face. So there's trade-offs to that. I don't think the bunkers themselves are going to contribute a lot to increasing the budget, so to speak. There should be a little bit, but they're going to maintain a lot easier. Smaller, they'll be hand raked a little bit more.
Will other parts of this restoration what do you see the maintenance going up? Is it going to double? Is it going to go up 25%? Do you have any sense of what the change in the, because I know some courses have actually declined some of their areas because of high maintenance.
It's a tough question to answer because I think your current golf course maintenance budget is deficient for the golf course that you have.
Fair enough, yeah.
We are doing some things in grass selection and things like that I think are gonna help the budget, get more bang for your buck out of the budget. The greens themselves, we're enlarging them 25, 30,000, probably a third to 40% in size. So there's going to be a little more fertilizer, things like that. The trade-offs are, we're putting Tiff-Tuff. Bermuda on the golf course takes 38% less water, and that'll be a little bit of reduction, a little increase. But I think the budget. I don't know exactly what it is today. I know it's changed a little bit, but I think as you go forward, you're going to want the budget to increase to improve the conditions because you're going to be selling a new product, and you're going to want it to a little more fertility, a little nicer turf and things like that. So
maybe I just ask staff a little bit. Obviously, we're being mindful of what the long-term effects on maintenance, the annualized costs are going to be.
Yes, we did increase the budget recently based on the Richard Singer's recommendations, our golf consultant. So we did raise it from about $750,000 a year to a little over $900,000 a year. But we also put out a bid spec for for a maintenance contract for our transition. And Lainey was heavily involved with that, if you want to just make a few comments on
Yes,
maintenance.
so we've actually put out to bid, and it's coming to you next month, the award of that contract for the maintenance services. So right now, the maintenance contract is done through Dunedin Country Club, Inc. The city will be assuming the maintenance of the course. And so that maintenance contract goes from before the restoration through after the restoration. So we have those hard numbers for you. You'll get those. What we're actually going to see is, in the initial term, a slight decrease in what the club is currently paying between their maintenance services and their equipment in the initial term, and then it does go up a little bit after the restoration, but we've got the quotes for both of those, and we'll be presenting those to you in April.
Okay, great, thank you. The irrigation system, I'm assuming it's whatever's the best kind of smart irrigation system that makes it, a little more.
Yeah, the new system will, this business transition a little bit, but it'll be a HDPE fused weld system with individual head control. So that means every sprinkler head has its own IP address and can be run separately from any other head on the golf course. Right now you have heads that run together. One may be on high ground, one may be on low ground. So if you're trying to keep the high ground moist, you overwater. So this new system will be a two-wire IC type system that really, it brings a whole nother level of efficiency to watering the golf course. So
Cool.
That coupled with the grass selection, I'm trying to create a very environmentally sound irrigation and turf that go hand in hand. So, but it's the system, that system should have been replaced 10, 15 years ago.
I know that's a biggie. And then a couple of things that were in the original, and I think it's in yours, but I just wanted to clarify that it's being done to the level we might want, which was the cart paths being redone and the bridge resurfacing. Are those all included to the extent that we want them to be, or?
We have limited, in my original conversations with the club, the cart paths were something we had to, push down the road a little bit, or we thought. Now, there are certain cart paths that we have to impact. I mentioned on 18, there's a little bit on 15, where some bunkers have to go back in, number 12. So those are small impact. We would like to take the cart paths out that cross the fairways. So one of the things that will happen with this project, when we till the golf course and reincorporate the organic that's right under the surface, we're going to dramatically improve the drainage and the firmness and ability to drive carts on the fairway. So we're hoping we can, take those paths out, just have the fairway continue uninterrupted, and just let the carts scatter on those areas. So but we don't have a comprehensive cart path. What was the other?
Bridge resurfacing. The bridge resurfacing, which is, I guess,
I have not addressed any bridge resurfacing at all.
We have done some resurfacing of the 3 bridges within the last year.
Okay.
City.
So I guess my last question for right now would be, one of the comments I got when people didn't want the restoration was it won't be playable for the average person. I know you've said that, but I'm just going to pound it in because I got it a lot. It's just, pricing Dunedin residents out was one thing, which I know that's not on the table right now, and I'm sure we'll deal with that in a good way. But just, is it going to be playable to the average person? And again, particularly Dunedin residents who just like to play and they don't need to have the Taj Mahal of courses. So that's my question.
It's going to be more playable for the average person, and that will primarily come from the approaches being wider and the approaches integrating with the fairway again like they originally did. When they added the material on the greens, your greens here and your fairway's down a foot or two, and there's a very abrupt front edge that takes one element of the average player that they tend to land the ball short of the green and it'll bounce a few times, and now it's hitting this abrupt upslope and it prevents it from going on up on the green. They're going to gain that both from lowering the green, integrating the fairway, and the tilling and introduction of the TIF. We're going to be able to keep the golf course much drier. So all of those things benefit. Now, the flip side of that, there's going to be a few more bunkers to negotiate. Most of these bunkers are out more in a position where the better players interact off the tee shot with those bunkers. Every player interacts with greenside bunkers. We just can't affect that.
Right,
So
and Jeff, you won't be able to control where his shot goes anyway, so.
Yeah,
Well, the fact that you can roll now, that's my game. There we go.
Anyway.
my experience has been it's a larger green, it's a larger target, there's more room, there's less chipping from immediately off the edge of the green, so there's a benefit to that.
In full transparency, I'm not a golfer, so, but thank you for everything you've done with the project.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes, so first of all, in talking to members of the community, there's a lot of excitement around this, and just some concerns. Personally, I'm very excited about this, both from the historic nature as well as the renovation of the course character, and I think that's going to be beneficial to the community. Now, the one thing, I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach to the questions, but I will caveat, I concur with the staff's recommendation on the impact to the existing trees. I think we can probably figure out a better solution than where we're currently at, but that's a comment, not a question, so I'll get to the question. I'm interested to hear a little bit about how this whole project's going to get managed, essentially from the perspective of who ultimately will be the project manager. I know we've got the architect, we've got the contracting consultant, but this may be more to the city in terms of how we work with this great team to make sure that we're meeting the milestones, that we are basically doing our due diligence in terms of the pure project management of this.
The city has hired, as you know, Blair Klein, our new general manager, comes with us with a lot of experience with golf course operations and also managing projects. So he will be our day-to-day person on site working through this, as well as Chris Spence is going to be overseeing some of this operation as well of the construction.
Okay, and so I assume that through a design build, there will be design reviews at various stages that will have established milestones that we will be communicating in some way, shape, or form over the course of this.
Yeah, so to be clear, it's a design bid build.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry.
So I just wanted to, make sure that, so yes, we put into their scope of services that Stan Tech and Spence Golf they have project management and oversight responsibilities throughout the entire project.
Good, and and I fully recognize, I'm fully mindful of the tight time frame here and making sure that we're consistent with the growing season. I think just from the historical nature of this project, I think there's an opportunity here to really generate a communication strategy around the city that advertises the progress and some of the elements that are being done, and I think, just for purposes of perpetuity, I think that would be a real beneficial thing to do. I think, well, actually, the last question I have pertains to, and I'll save some comments that I have for the comment period, but when the city takes over the maintenance and operations of the course, my understanding, and I play enough golf to just be extremely dangerous, but with that said, does the city, do we have the experience? Because the maintenance of the golf course is an entirely different, thing than is the maintenance of, our surrounding parks and that sort of thing. So how are we addressing that particular issue?
Again, we're going to be bringing the maintenance contract to you in a couple of weeks. We have a very experienced contract or recommendation, company called Down to Earth. They'll be managing it, the golf course. We've been through there's a lot of detail in the agreement on how many staff, how many times they fertilize, how much. So it's a very, it's a professional organization that manages maintenance of golf courses.
And if I can add to that, Mayor, we hired a general manager, and we hired a general manager with years and years of experience. And in fact, I spoke to John Falcone, who's the course professional, yesterday, and the value added has been immediate with Blair on site. So he will be managing the day-to-day operations of the course, and he's a direct report to me in the city manager's office. You know, Vince and Laney have done a fantastic job getting us to where we are right now, but it's going to be handed over to Blair. And like I said, he's there probably 12 hours a day, I think, at this point, just meeting and greeting and working the process. So we'll have that degree of management with the expertise that you're looking for, because you're right, we don't have it, or we didn't have it until we hired Blair.
Yeah, great, that's perfect. And please don't construe my questions. I think we've absolutely, and I've said this before, I think we absolutely have the right team here to do this, and it is an exciting project.
And if I could just add one more comment, if Blair's not happy with the results, there are outs in this agreement that we can terminate.
With a maintenance contract.
Yeah. Yes.
Good, yeah, and this was a question that Commissioner Franey had brought up, because this is another comment that I get as well, is the playability, and I think, you know, and I know we're not going to be talking about the rates and the membership rates, but I believe there's a plan in place to, you know, make sure that the Dunedin community golf players are in some measure taken care of in terms of how we address that, so.
Yes.
So anyway, those are all the questions I have, Mayor.
Okay. I had a couple of things, but we've got 10 minutes left of what our scheduled meeting is. So I'm looking to my colleagues, because I still have some comments, and then we have to talk about the cost part of this. Can we go to 1 o'clock just in case?
I'm good.
Everybody okay?
I'm good.
Okay. Just so we have that. Rebecca, are you good? You guys good?
You bet.
Okay. Okay, so in your presentation, Chris, this might be an odd question, but I don't know what blue, white, silver, combo, gold, and red stand for. Is that a level of player?
The different tee markers.
In the distance that they shoot.
So the blue are the back, and the red are the front tees. So
What's white, silver, and combo?
those are just differences for different level of players.
Okay, gotcha.
I didn't know either, so thanks for asking.
Okay, there is no stupid question.
That's right.
Jennifer, you're an avid golfer and have been for a long time. Do you feel that the changes are safe, and do you feel that they're good with all the conversation that we had of our expectations?
So I do, the Spirit of Donald Ross, which is really what we started off as the Spirit of Donald Ross. That's what we were trying to, I think, like I said, I think that Lori and Chris have done a great job of getting farther along than the Spirit of Donald Ross. So as far as the playability goes, being an average golfer myself, I think it's a lot more playable, actually, the way you can roll up on the green. Because right now they're little volcanoes, so everything you have to launch on and get on the green, which is difficult for me.
You were a championship.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. As far as the safety goes, the safety aspect goes, if Chris has concerns about the safety on particularly the ninth green, that's something that we would need to work through with them as far as that safety goes. But we will make it as safe as we can and take his advice and the advice of the professionals in order to ensure the safety of the course.
And you're working with our new golf manager?
Yes.
Blair?
General manager, yes.
And you'll walk through these things with him?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. All right, well, that answers those questions. And, you know, just based on other people's questions, we're not really talking about this stuff, but I you know, once the restoration is complete, I assume our hired professional will walk through with other professionals in our organization and determine what you think the maintenance should be, needs to be, cost value of that, and that will be that will be reviewed when we do look at the rates.
Absolutely.
All of that will be taken into consideration, you know,
There's, Mayor,
along with Les and the finance piece of it.
Right.
So all those things will be taken into consideration.
Yeah, and we're at a critical point in our timeline right now. So the next aspect is those particulars about when we close down, you know, members and fees when we open up again, those types of
Sure.
things. We're working on that now as well. And we're going to work with the club members, obviously extensively, as far as those types of things moving forward.
Okay, what I want to do is hurry up and get to the cost thing, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion about that.
I
And
have
then
several other questions that I would like to ask.
No, I get it. We'll come back to all of that. I just want to make sure we get through everything we're supposed to get through before we run out of time. Okay, let's talk about the cost. Who's doing that?
Well, I can start us out, and then you guys can,
Okay.
ask questions, and we can all
Jump in. Sorry, did you hear me on that one? Okay, so originally, when we were told at the beginning of the presentation about the 4.2 million, during the process of the design, which has been over several years, with Chris starting with the club earlier on, we have been building the cost estimate, you know, working with the changes that happened in the unit pricing. Unfortunately, we also had a hurricane down below us, which has jacked up a lot of the prices in specific to golf unit pricing design, such as earth-moving equipment and contractors and such like that. So our most updated cost estimate, we had one more after this one, but this one we provided to Laney and Vince last week. And as you can see, the total project estimate is at $4.499 million, and we put in a $400,000 contingency, which may or may not be used, but it's something that we know sometimes the city likes to put in on their engineering construction cost estimates. And we have gone over this with the team and the golf team and looked at the strategies that we can come up with for bid alternates when we go out to bid next year in the fall. And we believe that we can come in with a good bid from a good qualified contractor that will be able to meet the budget. And as Vince said, we're also hoping that we get that $500,000 grant that we can use for some of these bid alternates that we will strategically move out of the line items.
Okay, so Jennifer?
So thank you, Mayor, and I think that's really important as far as add alternates go to the bid.
Because currently, we're at 4 million.
We're at 4 million.
And that's all we've authorized.
That's correct. There's $230,000 in
The golf replacement, capital replacement fund, which has to be used on the golf course.
It has to be, so we're really at 4.3. I think it's important to note, though, and just for the record, that the tree mitigation is not in this cost estimate. So the tree mitigation we're figuring is probably about $150,000. So a source for the tree mitigation would be the tree fund, because we have over $700,000 right now in the tree fund. So that's really important to note here. The cost for the tree and stump removal is for exactly that, the removal, but, you know, for as far as what's mitigated, you know, we're going to have to mitigate for those 116 trees. There are nuisance species that will be pulled out. You don't have to mitigate for that, obviously, because they're nuisance species. What I'd like to do with this is continue to work with Chris and Lori to develop what those add alternates look like, to come back to you on the 4th, right, when we're looking at our capital projects, to show you how it is that we can finance the renovations of the golf course. As you know, when we go to bid on a project, we have to have the money in the bank, and that's why it has to be add alternates. You know, the $500,000, the application has been approved, that's great, but it's not in the bank until that's executed by the governor. And so there are all sorts of different ways that we need to do this. As you know, so often a financing plan is very fluid, and in this case, it really depends on other projects that we have going as well. And so we've talked a lot about the design. I'd like you to just keep this in your back pocket as far as the 4.8 million, the $5 million, and we'll come back to you with additional information and a finance plan that's workable on April 4th.
That will include tree mitigation.
We'll show the tree mitigation, yes. Yes, absolutely. But the one thing I want to be very clear about is that we have done a lot of work on these capital projects, and that as we develop the finance plan for the golf course, we're ensuring that if the revenue falls short in the future, that we don't impact the general fund. The penny doesn't have a lot of wiggle room because of our capital projects, so we need to be very careful to protect our general fund, and that's what we're going to bring to you on April 4th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions I'll start down this end of the finance stuff?
No, I think you've
Explained it, because I mean, we're not really going down the road yet, we're waiting.
No.
Anything on this?
I sure do.
Okay, go ahead.
So, a couple questions that I have as it relates to the financing. What is, and maybe I need to talk to you guys about this, ask this question of you. I still have my other two questions to come back on the course. Is there a probability in this short time frame that we have to do this, that we go out and try to find a construction company that can do the work that we need to have done, and that we can't get it done in that time period? Has that been discussed or thought through, or?
Say that again.
So, for example, we're going to try to come to some approval of this shortly, and we're getting ready to close the course down in the not too distant future. And is there a possibility that we won't be able to find the construction company that has the capacity and capability, current capacity to do the work?
No, I think there are a lot of contractors out there that are going to be interested in this project. It really is a matter of timing of getting it out to bid, late summer, early fall, and getting on their schedule. There's a lot of competition for work, especially in South Florida right now. I mean, it was compounded by Ian, and there's things that have been delayed and put into this schedule. So, but I don't think we'll have a problem.
Possible ARPA could have also
Sure.
have created some issues there. So related to staff, I think we need to have some kind of a look at some kind of a cash flow analysis of what happens over the next 2 years, maybe even 3 years, as it relates to this project. Not only then when we have the downtime, so we see what we might burn through or what might happen, but then we really kind of need to see how this relates to the current players at our course, because we certainly will rely on them initially coming back. Mm-hmm. So we kind of have to see some kind of a plan for that as we look at this. I mean, surely we would not want to build something and then have the cash flow just stumble around for a bit of time and require some serious
So, Vice Mayor, if I may, Les Tyler is deeply involved in that cash flow analysis and has been for a period of time. There's also the human resources aspect and the cash flow analysis, and we'll be able to present that to you very thoroughly in the very near future. Yes.
So we had the question about these numbers, and so these numbers are good numbers. We need that as we come to conclusion of this, I would guess. So
yeah, we'll be prepared for that.
That's good enough for now. And then my concern about the $500,000, but we don't know about that yet. So, and that's not going to be in the original bid. So, but we all think of it as being in there as we look at this whole project. So, thank you.
Well, on that subject too, because I know I asked Jennifer yesterday who's overseeing the following up of this grant, that it's been, what's the terminology, approved, it's not awarded, approved?
Recommended for approval. Yeah.
So it gets approved, and that was to start July?
As far as their budget goes, yeah, they're July to July.
So the governor has to sign off on the budget, right?
Yes, the grant has qualified for funding.
Oh, okay, then that's more understandable. Qualified is not the same as.
And by the time we go out for construction,
right,
we'll know if the grant is
and
been approved.
Harry's working on this?
Yes,
Harry's following up. We'll make sure
Yes.
he's following up on this?
He is. I talked to him
Gotcha.
quite a bit
I just
each
needed
month.
to add on to that, because I did ask, I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of it, that we, and when I say follow up, maybe, I'm not telling you how to run your shop over there, but, you know, you've got Nicole who does legislative stuff, and I mean, it might require a little lobbying or letter writing, or I don't know who's on committees that are going to look at this stuff. I don't know. I want to make sure we're on top of it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, who from our delegation can help kind of.
Right, and that too. I mean, like,
'Cause that's
Senator
kinda what
Hooper is a
I'll
good
say.
one for that. I mean, he's always good for that. So, I mean, we just don't want to lose sight of that. Jeff, anything on the financing part?
Yeah, just real quick, on the description of work, I know that we're talking about the course only, so we're not talking about the club.
No, not
The
yet.
clubhouse, we're not talking about maintenance barns or
Nope.
that all makeup. But because it's about the water and water lines and irrigation, the restrooms that are on the course, are they part of this, or is that will be phased in later, if at all?
It'll have to be a later phase.
Okay, all right.
And they're bad, right?
Bad.
They're bad.
Say it again, what's bad?
The restrooms on the course,
On the
Oh,
course.
especially for women, I'm just going to say.
well, yeah.
Obviously. Nothing personal, men.
Everything else is asked and answered. I'm good.
Anything about the finance stuff? Did I already ask you guys that?
You did. We said we did.
Okay. Okay. So you're going to come back with more of the financing stuff, how this gets paid.
Yes,
You'll have
on the 4th.
a group work, y'all will work together to have follow-up with the state. Because at this point, we've only approved $4 million.
Correct,
And you're going to look at all the projects and figure out what needs to happen.
correct.
Okay.
And
So,
how you value engineer the current proposal as well.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. John, you had other
I just have
questions.
three,
Yes,
yes, they're very short.
Mm-hmm.
The three questions that I have, number one, is the mitigation of the trees, if they exist and continue to exist on hole number 19, hole number 9, 19, that's the name of one of my boats, hole 19. So the cost of maintaining the 9th green, if those trees remain, could that become problematic for that hole?
Yeah, I think it's going to just continue to get worse. There were certainly, that's without any pruning or what was the term? Crown reduction. I think you're going to have to reduce the crown of the tree to have any success with the green in that, in that portion of the green site, back third, back left.
If we had mitigation, if we decided for any reason that we were not going to have those large trees there, so we would end up with a huge number of oaks that we would be planting somewhere. Do we have a great capacity to put those someplace and that would be appealing, in your opinion, as a designer?
Yeah, we do, and we actually need some trees in several areas. I mentioned between 18 and the practice area. Now, a later phase involves the practice facility where, currently the club does not have a legitimate short game practice green. They've got sort of the thing that's over behind 9 green. So that as we move and complete the practice area, the short game area would move over there, the tee would move up. That would no longer, that whole site in that corner would be available. So we could use some trees on the back side of the cart path there as well. And there's quite a few little areas. We're losing some trees that would be advantageous to strategically place. So there's plenty of room to, and plenty of need. I think it's beneficial to the project overall.
So if we've got 4 trees right now that everybody says, oh, they're grand oaks, we could end up with having probably 30 grand oaks in another 30 or 40 years. I would guess, and I'll just leave it at that. And you've got a place for those, and that would really be compatible with the course and would be compatible with an ideal for a tree city, I would guess.
Yes.
Okay. The other question that I have, is about the safety. If we don't move it, what would, in your opinion, what would we have to do for the safety, the concerns that we have of someone getting hit with a golf ball? Not that it could happen anytime, but you know, moving on it over, continuing going the wrong way with this. We're not putting nets up, so.
Right, I mean, you know, golf falls under the assumed risk category, you know. However, if you move a green and one of the resulting, you know, if it increases the risk, then you know, that could be, you know, brought to light, I think. It's not really my avenue, but that's my concern, especially in light of, you know, it was brought up at the community input community meeting that there was an incident on one as it exists today. So that really caused me to back up in my willingness to let that green slide over. And so, you know, if we've already got an issue and a precedent set there, we need to be very careful. There's no set rules per se. A lot of these old Donald Ross golf courses fall well under separation, center line separation. He's usually about 220 to 250 feet max. You know, I'm purposely leaving a lot of trees on this golf course that in most projects I would recommend for removal and increasing the width, but because of the narrowness and the compactness of the front nine in particular, we need to keep those trees as much as we can. So it may be that we want to plant a tree to the right of 9, but do a study to make sure it's not going to negatively impact the shade or the sun on the green in the future. So it's that east-west travel that we're trying to stay out of, so we get good full sunlight on the greens. When you're cutting greens down to 1/10 of an inch tall, they require, you know, a lot of sunlight to survive.
Thanks for a great round of golf this morning. I enjoyed it.
Well. That's it? Do you have any further questions? Do you? Any further questions? I'm gonna do public input and then come back for final comments.
Oh, no further questions, sorry.
Okay, I have a question. So you're expressing this concern about safety, but in the presentation and the actual recommendation of the design, there is no mention of a safety concern. Are you saying that you brought forward a plan that is with a hole that's unsafe?
No, I responded to the trees needing to stay. And I moved it over, and then we presented that at the community input meeting, and then it was brought to our attention that there was a player that was hit on one tee. So if you're moving it right and someone was hit where it is today, they brought it and said, you need to be careful moving it to the right. That's what the input.
Gotcha. So, but I guess what I'm asking though is you're still bringing it forward.
No, I'm moving.
You adjusted it.
I adjusted it back.
Okay.
As close to that footprint as I can.
Gotcha. So you addressed that concern.
Yes.
Okay. Are you concerned about the safety?
No.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to open this up for public input. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak to this item, please feel free to do so.
It wouldn't be a golf course meeting if Kevin Janet didn't say something, right? I'll keep this brief. First of all, the project, I think, is going very, very well. I mean, I think there's been great coordination between the city officials, the engineers, and Chris and Lori, and I'm very pleased with what I'm seeing. I think all the milestones have been met. It's just going extremely well. I'm not going to belabor I think we're 95% of the way there. I think we've got 17 out of 18 holes spot on. You couldn't ask for better compromise, better authenticity of the golf course. I think the 9th hole, though, needs further reevaluation. I really do. And I'm not speaking that just as purely as a golfer. I'm speaking in the best interest of the community because that hole is going to present problems in 3 areas. Obviously, one, we've talked about the authenticity of having 18 Ross holes. 7, second one and probably the most important one, there is a safety concern there. I play probably 150, 200 rounds of golf a year, and even where the green is today, it's a little bit of a problem from time to time. It's very rare, but if you shift that green over where it's being proposed, it's going to be a much bigger problem. And I don't know what the legal liability issues that would come with that. And then third of all, by leaving those 2 large oak trees there, even if you do move it, as they grow, they're going to infringe on that new green, and you're going to have maintenance issues, shade issues, maybe not now, but 5 or 10 years from now. So I think that has to be a consideration as well. So I would ask the city to really take a close look at that. Not being a tree expert like our arborist over here, I went out and measured those trees. One's 40 inches, 4 feet above the trunk, other's 34. So you got about 74 inches, caliber inches that you're dealing with there. So you're talking maybe 5, 15-inch oak trees that you'd have to replace it with. Second thing I wanted to bring up, and this is a great offer I think that may help us avoid any pitfalls. Ed Shaughnessy, who's the general manager of Bel Air, was on our selection committee for selecting design architects. He has just gone through a major restoration at the Bel Air golf course, Donald Ross course. He has invited the team, both the city officials, Chris, Lori, whoever wants to attend, to sit down with him and review the project. He can share some of the challenges, the pitfalls, things, some of the obstacles that they met, and it may help us avoid unforeseen issues as we go through this project. And I would certainly hope that the city officials and our architect team would take Ed up on that. One of the things he did bring up that was an aha moment for me, and maybe our team has already addressed that, but you do know our golf course is on the National Historic Registry. And with that comes a level of scrutiny when you do anything to change that. So we have to make sure that, I don't know what federal office or whatever that we have to get approval from, but that's another thing. And then finally, if you're looking for other funding sources, the Temple Terrace community had a similar issue with their golf course. What they actually did to raise additional money is they sold long-term memberships. They actually raised $500,000 selling 20 long-term memberships to raise the money they needed for a new irrigation system. So if you do have a shortfall, that may be an opportunity to bring some revenue forward, sell a number of long-term memberships, and I certainly know we could get 20 individuals to put out a significant amount of money to cover any shortfall we may have in funding. So with that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Jen again. Hey, Mash.
Mash Sutton, 1195 Ford Lane, since my 2 men left me with the things to say. I know that when I attended the November 30th, 2021 meeting, I sat here for quite a long time just having that long discussion. One of the things that every commissioner sitting here said, we need to have an advisory board, community members, maybe some golfers, maybe some members who are currently on the board, as well as some non-golfers. Those are the things that some people are really concerned about. And as we start to establish this plan, it needs to that advisory board needs to come along on board really quickly. It's not something we should wait until it's all done and say, oh, let's get an advisory board. Because there are some experienced people who might have some skills in the marketing area. And we don't want to wait to start marketing. I'm on Bob's sheet now. We don't want to wait to start marketing once it's done. We want to start the marketing now and not let the food and beverage suffer while everything else is going on. We have definitely got a gem here. We need to let people who still don't know that the club is open to the public for meals know that it's open. And if they start to see construction stuff happening, they're going to think the club is closed too. So we really need to think about our marketing area. And there's so many public ways of doing that besides just our local newspapers. There's some really high-level golf magazines and things, and start advertising, having articles. Look what Dunedin's doing. Look what Dunedin's doing. And just as an aside, I was watching the Valspar tournament the other day, and on the ESPN channel, and one of the announcers said that they were staying in Dunedin. That's where their accommodations were. And they went on for about 5 minutes about what a charming town we have. Awesome. So we're getting the publicity one way or the other, but let's make it all good publicity, because some people sitting behind me in the stands at Valspar said they would never play Dunedin again because of some of the many things that were mentioned back in November. So thank you.
Thank you, Mash. Anyone else wish to come forward? Welcome.
Walt Mensch, 2202 Gulfview Boulevard, another part of my backyard. I think this is just a tremendous opportunity and undertaking that is about to happen. I do have a few concerns. Mayor, you mentioned the 6 levels of golfers, and I wonder if we're trying to be all things to all people. This is not Innisbrook that has 3 or 4 courses that you can choose from and pay $250 on one and $150 on another. You're going to have one course, and you're going to be asking people probably to pay the same price no matter whether they're at the red tee or at the blue tee. Is that really a realistic expectation? When we closed Sterling Links, we said that the golf course was going to accommodate the par 3 players by having 9 holes as par 3. I think that lasted about 2 or 3 months. I don't think anybody played it. It was only offered after 3 o'clock at night, and it was at the price that an 18-hole golfer would play it. So anyway, question for you as to whether we really can be all things to all people. And then the other side of the coin is, are we going to be so close? I think I heard that, and I think I heard the good is the enemy of the perfect. We're 32 yards away from the 7,000-yard goal. Is that going to eliminate us from the idea of any PGA play? The PGA is not what it was in 1962, obviously, the way that golf is played. Are we really dreaming about tournaments, or is that what is really the goal? If it is, I'd like to hear something more committal than we might be or could be. Anyway, it's your decision. You're paying $4 million plus $5 million. Is that what you want, or what do you want? I think is the question. Then Donald Ross, is it really authentic? I didn't really hear the commitment there either. I heard there's 400 plus. Everywhere I go in the U.S., there's a Donald Ross course. Are they really Donald Ross? And I guess golfers know one way or the other, but I heard a 50 number, and then I heard one course that's really close. I didn't hear what this will end up, but I think you need to know, and we, the citizens, need to know. So those are my comments. I would mention, too, that the driving range that we didn't talk about, I think has got a grand tree right in the middle of where they're planning on putting it. So thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Denise Minch. I live at 2202 Gulfview Boulevard. And my question is about the driving range. If there has been a decision made about that, the enhanced driving range, and if a decision is made, will it be input allowed from the community? And will there be environmental studies on the mangroves that are there in the creek? And that is my question.
Yeah, there's been no decision on any of that.
There has been no decision
No.
on that.
No.
Would there be opportunity for the community to?
I don't even know if we would be addressing it now. And I don't want to do the back and forth because I didn't do that with anybody else, so it's kind of
Yeah,
not fair.
okay.
But I mean, right now, we're just focused on the course itself.
Okay, all right,
So
thank you.
it certainly wouldn't be tomorrow.
It wouldn't be tomorrow.
It wouldn't. It would be a while.
It would be a while. All right, thank you. And then I did hear the city manager say that the comprehensive master plan does not pertain to the parks. Could I get a
No,
clarification
she
on
didn't
that?
say that.
She
I know
didn't say
she
that?
didn't say
I
that.
did not say that.
No, there's a recreation open space element of the comprehensive plan. It does. There's a component of the comprehensive plan that pertains to parks, yes.
There is. Oh, it does. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we have 8 minutes to do our final comments, and we'll have to skip the end of part of our meeting. We can maybe try to fit it in on Thursday. Okay, I'm going to start at this end.
Okay. So, I'm very excited about the project. I think you guys did an awesome job. Obviously, we've got to stick to budget. We've got so many pressures, as we all know, for some other projects that we can't do it all. So, but I'm excited about the project. As Commissioner Walker said, just the historic component makes it super exciting. And it's as I talk to people around the community, I mean, I think people are excited about it, even people that they live on the opposite side of town. But, they recognize it's a city asset. It anchors the city's largest neighborhood. It's great. And I said it before, I'll say it again. I can see all of us dressed in our historic golf outfits celebrating a 100-year birthday in 2027 with this amazing asset that we're going to be very proud of. And so thanks to the city staff, golf course board, citizens, you all, and thanks for everything you've kind of brought together. And Blair, glad you're here. So, Craig, thank you.
Very quickly, I mentioned this during the question part. I mean, this is a tremendous project, and we have as a city, we've got a tremendous opportunity here to document this and share with the public the progress and everything associated with the renovation and restoring the course back to its character. And with that said, there's also, I'll be interested to get updates with regards to the project management methodology aspects of this as you go through various milestone reviews and those sorts of things to understand kind of where we're at, where the problems are and all that other stuff. But I applaud the efforts to bring this before us today, and I'm really excited. I think this is going to be great for Dunedin. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Very briefly, I'm very excited about an authentic Donald Ross course here, and I say go all the way. And I really appreciate the round of golf that we played today. Thank you.
Jeff?
I echo all the comments that were made here on the dais so far. I think the entire community is excited about this project, and we're so happy to have you all on board leading us through this. For hole number 9 and 3s, if we can mitigate as best we can, come to a solution as best we can, but I am in favor of keeping those trees, just because I think it makes us stick to our own values, and the number of residents that we've said no to their own trees want what they wanted to do, and here's our opportunity to lead by example and following our own rules on there. The 7,000 number, we're a little shy of that. I don't know what that means as far as our ability to attract a senior tour, a pro-am, practice rounds, whatever that would be. I don't know if that does eliminate us. I'd like to see us if we can't scoot those numbers up. Other than that, I'm really excited. I loved all the comments. I love the comments from the residents. So I think it shows that everybody's invested in this project and wants to have the best results out of it. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Jennifer and Vince and Lainey and you all, the club board and Blair and tree guy over there, Craig. Everybody that's been a part of putting this together. I am supportive of what our staff has brought forward. Obviously, we want you to always look for safety issues. I appreciate the fact that you are looking at this as a broad subject, so, keeping us in line with our own ordinances. I'm fine with the trees staying there. I think in the end, it's just not going to make that much of a difference. I really don't. And I do think we get a lot of feedback from developers on not following our own rules. So I think that's important that we do that. I look forward to what you're going to bring back. Currently, we have 4 million, so I don't know how we're going to come up with the extra money, but y'all need to figure that out. Because, I mean, we don't have it.
I thought Kevin was doing fundraising.
Yeah, there you go.
I thought I heard him say that way early on.
I'm just looking at my, you know, I feel very confident because Jennifer, you are a golfer, so I know you're looking at the pertinent things. You don't have to be a PGA champion in my world. You at least know the lingo, you know? I know how to drive the golf cart. That's my extent of it. So.
And give out beverages. don't you?
Yes. Yes, I'm very good at that. So, you know, I couldn't tell you whether you put the bunker over here or there is good or bad or the other thing. That's why I, you know, rely on our staff who works with experts to figure out what the balance is to bring to our community. And I think that's what we're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I am going to close out the meeting. Anything else we need to talk about, we'll do it on Thursday.
I'm sorry, one comment?
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to, since Bruce is here, I just wanted to give a big shout out to Bruce Worth because he did a neighborhood meeting on the Brick Street restoration and he did an amazing job. He's always thorough, always good, so. And it was, you know, in the evening, so not convenient. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys.
So taking your son to lunch?
Are you sticking around for a while, or what are you doing?
Else first.